The children crying for starvation just don't smoke. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't smoke. You want to know what is happening, my brother, don't smoke. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't smoke. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't smoke. Yeah, yeah, don't smoke. Yeah, yeah, don't smoke. You from Fondema, don't smoke. Yeah, yeah, don't smoke. If you ain't get my crazy like my brother, don't smoke. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, don't smoke. Yeah, don't smoke. You wanna get a nose on it, don't smoke. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, I do. TV. Yes, I do. TV. Palama de la de la.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand on with the spoon, and your boy, right at the south, man.
To get your information, to the food, to get part of smooth, smooth, smooth television, smooth, smooth, smooth.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, 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 to the spoon. You from Fondema, to the spoon. Yeah, yeah, to the spoon. If you ain't get my crazy like my brother, to the spoon. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You wanna get a nose on it, to the spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes,
On TV,
yes, what you got today?
TV. Spoon
Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Di-di-di-di-da-ba-do.
TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Go to there.
Yes,
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the south.
your information. For the food, take time. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just do the spoon, you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just do the spoon. You want to get a news update, do the spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, do the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just do the spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, do the spoon. Yeah, do the spoon. You from Fantema, parent to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat it, my graduate, my brother, to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You wanna get a news update, to the spoon. Rastafari, Kilibamba, 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 Kilibamba. What I want? Yes,
TV.
yes, what you got today?
TV.
Virtual DJ.
Spoon Entertainment. For the spoon, yes, your information. For the spoon, yes,
So drop where you watching from, drop where you are watching us from. For those of you watching us online via various online platforms, Spoon TV on arguably Liberia's biggest platform, Fabric TV, Super TV, and of course, we're live on our YouTube channel. That is Spoon Talk. The last time we had a show and I went to do the engagement analysis on the live program, at one point in time, we had about 3,500 persons watching live via YouTube. YouTube is garnering a lot of followers. And I asked one person and they said, oh, you know that on YouTube you can, rewind. That is, you can go behind, you can go a few seconds behind, or you can, go back to what is said and watch that. And then you can continue with the live broadcast. But that is not happening on Facebook as of yet. So when you find a lot of people watching YouTube, is that it gets on the big screen. They can watch it on their very big screens at home, at their places of work, and they can also rewind, go further behind and listen to what was said if they missed anything. So now I know why most of the people prefer watching YouTube. I'll be trying it myself. For those of you listening to us all across the country, I love to say welcome to you. Today is Sunday, and you're welcome to the program. Hope you had for yourselves a wonderful day. Yeah, and of course, this is, the nation's number one theme song. This is the favorite theme song in the entire country. My name is Diamond Slanger. It's a pleasure being here tonight. Wherever it is you're watching us from, you are welcome. Prof. Joshua Cummins says, yes, I used to rewind the YouTube. So that's the reason you love watching YouTube, man. Daniel Dode says, yeah, Daniel says, I'm currently watching it on both YouTube and my phone. I mean, how many devices you want to listen and watch from? You don't want to miss anything, or you taking it from different angles. And Daniel says, yes, I do that all of the time. I rewind, if I miss something, I cut a clip and all of those things. For my folks following us on Liberia, you can also watch the show. Put a name to the voice, know the faces and the rest. Nathaniel K. Hill is following us via YouTube. They say when the show that on, we'll see you on that on, say they can be quiet. The whole country can be quiet. So I wonder if he's coming on tonight to bring the noise. Philip Bala says, for me, I'm not rewinding anything. No. I'm always here from the beginning. Joy Agnes Moba, hope you're doing great. James W. Matadi Sr. is watching us from Complexity, Nimba County. I wonder if you will be coming on the show tonight. He's been off for a number of days since Thursday. He's been off the show Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We didn't have a show to allow for maintenance works to be done. And then we here again today. I don't know if he's going to be on, but well, if he comes on, it promises to be an interesting show. We have tonight on the program the senators from Western Liberia, Senator Edwin Melvin Snow from Bombing County, and Senator Amara Kone from Bapolu County, both counties part of Western Liberia, as well as, if we get them on the show, definitely they'll be representing not just Western Liberia, but Liberians from those counties and their various constituents. A lot to be talked about. Rodney C. will be joining us on the show. People say, what was this issue with grade pickup? I see somebody send message on Facebook, say, I will not move from behind you. I will follow you, child. The grade pickup and follow the ORC everywhere. What's up with this grade pickup business that everybody just doing grade pickup? People forming different lines about grade pickup. You the grade pickup, I'm your ORC Biago. What's up? What's up with grade pickup business that is taking over the entire internet? Everybody kind of writing something about grade pickup. A lot of other news happening in the country. We've gotten information that the ghost ship, the ship that are running away in Liberian water, running. It had engine problem reportedly. From there, it got fixed. It started running. The ship was reportedly, seized in neighboring Cote d'Ivoire. We confirming with our sources, that whether or not that ship has been seized, but a lot of media outlets running with that story, that ship, the Atlantic IV4, that ship has been seized in Cote d'Ivoire. And Rodney C will be on the show, the CEO. Yes, he is going to be on the show. I can break that news for you as well. He's definitely going to be on the show tonight, and it promises to be a wonderful, wonderful show. So do not miss it from anything. Anything you need to do now is start sharing the live broadcast, share it in as many groups as possible. Philip Bala says the great pickup owner just recused himself. Philip Bala, you like trouble. You like trouble. But the OIC Biago or recused OIC Biago says, he has stepped down temporarily to allow for the investigation to go on. But the question is, whether or not he will also be recusing himself from the human resource manager position that he holds at the Liberia National Police. Or has he only recused himself from the OIC position at the LDEA, and he remains actively in his role as the human resource manager of the Liberia National Police? His letter didn't state that. His letter only spoke to recuse himself from the OIC position of the LDEA. So as it stands, the LDEA doesn't have a deputy. The LDEA doesn't have an OIC. So the whole LDEA now, no leadership. There's no deputy, there is no OIC. So President Barkai, in his communication, has given the Justice Ministry 48 hours, which elapses on tomorrow, to come up with findings from the investigation into the whole Grey Pickup saga, and gave him the findings as well. So 48 hours will elapse on tomorrow, and we're following up on that as well. What will be the president's next course of action? A lot of things to discuss on the program tonight. So currently, do share the show. We'll go to the phone lines briefly to take some calls. We'll definitely put up the WhatsApp number for you to call in as well. So welcome to the show, 077771075, 055101075. Those are the numbers to call. And for those of you wanting to call on WhatsApp, we are going to pin the WhatsApp number on the live broadcast so that you can be able to call as well on the WhatsApp number to be able to form part of the show. So the WhatsApp number to call, +231 887 333 184. So let me pin the WhatsApp number as well so that you can use that number to call, +231 887 333 184. You can use this number to call for those of you watching us, and you can call, and your calls will be taken via WhatsApp. For those of you listening to us all across Liberia, 0777 771075, 0555 101075. Let's take this first person on the line. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Damo.
How are you, sir?
And I'm fine. And good evening to the many listeners. And my name is Matthew Kekula, and I'm calling from Congo Town. And Damo, let me appreciate the Spoon family.
Thank you.
I also appreciate all of the many Liberians who are joining this fight, against drugs in Liberia. I'm a young man, and every time I sit back and see how the drug issue in this country, is going, it brings a serious concern to me. Looking at the future of this country, just has destroyed a lot of great people, and it's something that I believe no leader who mean business for their country should ever be involved with.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the government. So my point is, very quickly, it's saddening to know that allegedly there are people who should be at the front line fighting this issue, are the ones somehow supporting or and helping this thing. We pray like we'll move forward, and I appreciate the president for all he's doing, and we're looking forward to a serious investigation and through that we can know who are those behind this cartel. And
Thank
at
you.
least we can have some relief in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for calling. Let's take this next person here on the line. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, you're live. Go ahead. Is it from where? Go ahead, please.
I just want to call on the president to please investigate this because most people looking at Congo to be outside the bar who are begging if anybody involved.
David, go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. David Richard, they're calling. Let's take this next person on the line. The lines are really buzzing. Hello.
Hello.
You live, please go ahead.
I woke up on Banabé.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I just want to tell this family thank you for fighting the battle for all.
Mm.
And we'll continue to fight at the election time. I would try whoever that involved, and whoever that will shine it.
Thank you.
That will continue. So I say on the last thing.
Yeah, but you have to be fast now, brother.
Yeah. One for give for the battle for the transport ministry. Let them carry that portion that they take from there. Let them carry back on it. They stop in, let's take the contract. You don't know if you were not bringing no part around in the country.
Thank you, sir.
Just think to the CEO to talk to the president.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. You yelling it, Dada. You yelling it for yourself. Yeah, no, you yelling it. Let's take this next person. Hello. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. You're live. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Abraham K. WK Duple, and I call from Boucher Island.
You're welcome, Abraham. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to call on the president to dismiss all of the heads of the DEA, the Liberia National Police, and the LIS. Listen to the success of law enforcement is to minimize or to prevent crime. It's not the number of arrests made. So the suspension, the number of persons from those entities that are involved into criminality allegedly are too much. And they need to repair that is to dismiss them. Because the success of law enforcement is to minimize and to prevent crime.
All right, sir.
Yes, less involvement and embarrassment to the state. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Let's take this next person here on the line. But before I do that, all right, so you'll definitely be buying. Man, just show it, to show say he coming. Hello, your name and where you calling us from?
Good evening, Diamond. This is Oscar Zigman calling from Compass City.
How are you, Oscar?
I'm good.
What's on your mind?
What my mind has to do with the old fools like in the government. Our old people who be working for the 18th of the Brexit. And President Barker came to power and hired all of them. I want to take this time to call upon President Barker this night. You know, we have our brothers and sisters who went to school, the youngsters. Some of them got master's degree, some of them got BSc, and some of them got better degree. They were able to find jobs. Those old folks who were in power, those who didn't do nothing for the country, they robbed the country, and the country went broke. And now Barker brought them back to power, and now they're not giving good advice. So I want to call upon the president.
Diamond, not even the president. The president talking secret to you.
See how Bill got paid the country.
All right, Oscar. Thank you. But that I know, but I can hear and loud.
The president talking secret to you, man.
Hello.
But put straight in your voice, man. Today is Sunday. This is the day the Lord has made for us to rejoice and be glad in it. Today is Sunday.
Hello, Chief.
You got put secret to you. I mean, I don't understand Diamond, people. I don't understand Diamond.
But I'm speaking to you, can answer me for me.
I'm hearing you. You gotta increase the volume, my man. Increase the volume. I can't answer you, my man. Increase the volume. We are going to have a major show today.
So you said that
I want to increase the volume. Don't tell Diamond to increase the volume. I'm not hearing you. I don't understand what you're saying. Yeah, Diamond.
I don't know.
Go there. Yeah, man, increase the volume. Praise God, Sunday to everybody. What?
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you, man. Can you put the microphone closer? What time I think prayer on us for this Sunday, my people? What am I to prayer on? Bring the microphone closer.
You can hear me now?
Don't increase volume small more now. I'm trying. Want a secret toilet?
And the last volume,
Richard Richardson. The man I think prayer on. Let him from Minnesota. The man bluffing from. We're put on here. They call Seattle Kemu from Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. I'll put it up. No, I'll put it up. Seattle Kemu. You're right now from Brooklyn Park. Around Fifth Avenue. Right if you pass by Waterside store. Anybody that know Waterside in Minnesota, you right back there. You know, that's Seattle Kemu.
I don't want to old classmate in there. He used to be IU.
Asiata Kemu. Okay, you say old classmate. Asiata Kemu, we know her.
I don't want to old classmate that used to be IU and nigga move on your more. You still think
Asiata Kemu.
Le pas faire. Tu pas faire, le pas faire, le pas faire.
Avec. Just a Baga president, Baga get Biago for the 8 hours. For what? You put Biago on that thing as an officer in charge. Even don't give me 1 second. The man is guilty. The man is an operative. No investigation can set the man free. But get everybody for the 8 hours. Get back here for the 8 hours. Get everybody else for the 8 hours. These people working in government, you playing church out with them, you get them for the 8 hours. Listen, I put it to you, I don't want the cartel to see me. I'll put it on again. They will answer, I don't care about cartel.
I know how long that night.
I forget. Yeah, man. Yeah.
You can't even see me. I was on that night. You wear
You
shit.
can't see me. Let me clean it. I'll put it on. I'll put it on. No, for real. I'll put it on. I got everybody coming on. I'll put it on. What's it? All right. Now we're ready to go. You cannot give. Wait, look. Drugs is no bettable crap. These guys then took the cartel money. The cartel get a car. It's not on the Biago. You ever ask Gregory Coleman the car he just distributed? Who get in the car? You ever ask Gregory Coleman? You wait for the news tonight. Who gave Gregory Coleman 6 cars? Gregory Coleman got to go explain. We are waging war on cocaine in the country. If you can't talk, get out of the way.
So like a warrior shades on your feet on there now.
I'm gonna watch it. Listen, I don't care how you call it. If you can't talk, you can't help it. Get out of the way because we will not allow cocaine
on your face.
Anything you want to call it, we're not allowed cocaine to take care on the ground.
The show to go buy like the shades done it.
Yeah. I'm in Zigo tonight. We're gonna have Edwin Snow coming on. Look, and something Edwin Snow did, right? He trying to cover up for Sarah Beslow. Can you imagine? He become friend with the man that calls him man, Chris Onuninga, the Nigerian ECMO guy. The guy calls your man and you protecting Chris. Chris is a BM. That person brought all the BM around here, and that's why we're getting drugs problem in the country. That's why we're getting cocaine problem. You can look at men like BM like Chris Onuninga that causing Snow ban. The man texting Snow and say thank you because Snow supporting and protecting Sarah. You know who do Sarah wants? Sarah go for a Nigerian lawyer, and I'll put the guy picture up for the guy to kind of sue Spoon that way. Sarah see the memo found way to sue Spoon and in America and in Liberia. The man name is Dapo. He phone number, everything, I got it. If Sarah says she's not guilty, why is she looking for a Nigerian lawyer? If she says she's not guilty, why she call the ECOWAS for people to talk about her? I will deal with them tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Boys and guys, Prophet Key will soon be up. We are in Zico. We celebrate him up. We're welcome Prophet Key. No matter what the Chief Justice will say, we're welcome Prophet Key. He coming back. You cannot have this drugs issue in our country. Cocaine. Then you giving people for the 8 hour. What kind of thing is that? For the 8 hour where? Donald Trump would never give cocaine people for the 8 hour. You will destroy that boat. Fire! You will melt them.
Are the discussion sound on it?
Fire! Yeah. You will never get. Are you going to get people in your government that are involved with drugs? You still asking for investigation? That CIA investigation you want? President Biden, what kind of investigation you want? You see the car in the Met diesel, you say that you buy the car to put it there before you want investigation? That the government car put the car there? So to be frank, what kind of investigation people want to? The only person that Biden know about investigation for the 8 hour where? The witness. The witness. Fire the man. He's an officer in charge. He hanging by the thread. Fire him and send them for investigation. Don't give me another 48 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Share the show. Dode, share the show. Jabate, share the show. Who's in? Who's out? The government is filling on drugs. Everybody that the president says he's suspended. Ask yourself, Damo, where are they today? Are they in jail? No way. Everybody that the president said due to the drugs issue, he fired someone there and suspended. Are they? No, they're walking around. One of them said, they dare the government to arrest him. I said, seriously? They said, the government will never arrest me. I got a message for the Liberian people tonight. I got a message for Unity Party tonight. I got a message for Jeremiah Kuhn tonight. I have a message for Sarah Besloyanti. She can go to ECOWAS and go to all the Nigerian people to go. You leave Liberia, you go find lawyer at Nigeria, you go find lawyer to come to Liberia and look for one Daniel. What kind of nonsense is that? I will put that guy number up. I will put a picture of you will see him. I will see him. You got all of them running away. The man that represented the cooking boat, now Beton. The man says, you go, yo, go for the lawyer, get tired. Yo, go ahead. Facebook, yeah. If they call your name in the drugs thing, ladies and gentlemen, surrender. It's no retreat, no surrender. No retreat, no surrender. How can we sit here and wait when cocaine is taking over the country? Damn it. I got a message from the border. The Guinean about to start the immigration services at the border, Liberia side. I got a message. Yeah. You're going to let me to get 2 days break. Hey, adieu. I mean, okay, today is Sunday, right? I want to be disciplined. We're going to have Edwin Snow coming on. I'm very Edwin Snow. I'm seriously angry with Edwin Snow. He shouldn't have gotten into the Sarah Wahala. He's complacent. There's no way whoever calling for ECOWAS to pay for Sarah, he shouldn't have done that. He's complacent. He complacent. Darius Dillon is quiet. He can't open. Darius, I say he can talk. Darius Dillon can talk. He quiet, he more close. Because all of them there, who gave Youngbley the car? Youngbley had a Jeep in her convoy. Who gave her the car? You go ask Youngbley. You go ask Youngbley. Who gave Youngbley that free car? Yeah. That one, when you get to
No,
so now,
you've been off for 2 days. I've been here. So I'm giving you all of the chance. It's your show. I've ushered you in. So I'm listening
no
to
problem.
you.
No problem. You've been here singing Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. We're talking about drugs. And you're singing Kumbaya. I couldn't. Look, I was watching the show. I was on the plane watching the show. I was so angry. Right? You singing Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. And we talking about drugs in the country. And you singing Kumbaya. Hey, damn. The Bible said, train up the child in the way that he should grow. That when he's old, he will never ever depart. Dama, you departed from the principle.
The training is still ongoing. the training is still ongoing. I'm graduating.
You departed from the principle. We gotta understand this. You gotta fire, Dama. You gotta fire. We got Edwin Snow coming. I told Edwin Snow he's scared to come on. I will deal with him according to the law. We got Amara Corner coming on. It's also good to hear. Listen, guys, let me say this to y'all. That whole Pavé 14 from Sierra Leone, I want you guys to write it down. Pavé 4 from Sierra Leone. That whole deal that they would build something from Freeport all the way to Bowater side. That whole company, y'all know who own the company? Y'all think y'all bringing rare concession company in Liberia, right? That whole Pavé 400, 300 million. You know where the money comes from? You know who own the company? I mean, how can we do this to ourselves? Somebody says, CEO, cool down. How can we do this? Why we should sit here and wait? Who called me from Olayi or Yagungi from Nigeria? Yeah, your name, and where you joining from? Hello? Hello? Are you one of the drugs cartel calling? They might call me. That Nigerian lawyer.
Nigerian lawyer.
I'll put many up. That he calling. I'll put New York. That's the lawyer Sarah Bessel fan. Sarah Bessel is, Sarah, you got nothing to hide. You get people diplomatic passport that floating around. You got know that you only know that you're bringing cocaine cartel in our country. You only know that you're bringing cartel in the country. Now you for your mother, you're looking for a lawyer. You're looking for a lawyer time. You go work with Nigeria. She said the Nigerian Ekman got our cousin, so everything goes. the Ekman got Wakaduku, whatever his name is, Onunugu. She's not our cousin, so the whole thing just messed up. And it's just bad. The papa hand foot, he can't shake, he can't do nothing. Oh, hand foot, it's bad for the country. It's very bad for the country. The guy still calling me. Hello? Hello? I mean, you called it, you got to answer now. Hello? You sleeping and you calling? All right, the person not ready. Come on.
Yes,
they
sir.
can't stop us. They might call in and he's snowing on the phone. So what kind of trouble? So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the special edition of Spoon. We're going to have Front Page Africa Running Seer coming on. We're going to also have Edwin Mervyn Snow coming on. We have Amara Cornett, Senator from Bombing, coming on. We're going to have a wonderful show. We got new development for you. A very, very breaking news today. We can announce to the nation that the Guineans is about to start the immigration services at the in Liberia on the Liberian side. The Guinean. Diplomatic working, I say working. The Guinean, I can announce today that they're about to start their operation to do immigration services at the border on the Liberian side. And again, I'm just saying to you, I'm just saying it. I hope Jeremy Pierre yet this day do another press conference tomorrow. And we got to see what we are. Who's this again? Who's this again? It's good to see you back too. I'm not taking call, my people. Stop calling. If you're not a Nigerian lawyer, stop calling me. I'm not taking call, but it's good to have all of you back. It's very important that, let me read this quickly. From our sources, credible information from our sources from the Soloba border says that the Guinean security, they demanded from Liberian custom and security to leave the custom business with the Guinean custom. Let me say this. The Guinean security threatened to take over the custom tonight. And I'm saying this, Damon, let me send it to you. You can follow up. They are saying we want to go live. They are stopping the Spoon Network. They are stopping Spoon Network from going live. If the Guinean take over the custom authority and activities on the side of Liberia, that's a problem. Damon, read that. Well, yes, again, Damo, I say the message. This is a breaking news. This is a breaking news. We want to say to you, Damo, the impact that Guinean going to do custom basis on the Liberian side, Damo, what I tell you?
It means that they are taking over the place. They're permanently claiming the place. That is part of their country. And before you cross into their country, they should be able to give you clearance, custom brokerage. They should be able to give you the fees for customs and you pay. So they would now be collecting the custom fees from that particular area.
Wow. So it means that all the people have to move further inland, right?
Yes, yes.
Wow. I mean, we got to hear from the government on this one. This is big. We got to hear from the government. If the Guineans can operate and do the custom authority and the activities and move up and down in that area, Damo, we are in some serious trouble. It means that the diplomacy didn't work. Is that how it looked like, Damo? It means that something not working yet, though.
You know, CEO, the president said he was optimistic, that he had a good feeling. That was his exact words, that he had a good feeling that this matter would have been resolved. But just weeks after making that statement, our sources are telling us that, as you rightly read, that the Guineans are now trying to take the Liberian customs from the area and then start giving and put their own custom people who will be live there. It can be tonight, but will definitely be live there.
Oh, so you're going live tomorrow instead?
Yes. I'm working
on
things.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is, to me, Diamond, this is concerning, right? To me, I want to say this to everyone involved. We thought diplomacy was working, yeah? We just believe that we were achieving something, but the Guineans are saying they will be doing the custom activities. You Liberian on your land, you have to pay fine, you have to pay taxes, you got to pay fees. I don't know where this whole thing going. And I think the government, I know we're talking about the drugs. I want to bring in Front Page Africa, Rodney Sear. Rodney Sear, because we've been running with this story, is breaking. Welcome to the show, Rodney Sear. Is breaking right now. We are receiving information live right now. Our sources is telling us the Guineans have given notice to the Liberian Immigration and Joint Security that they should leave because they will be operating the custom and people will be paying from the position on the Liberian side, on the Liberian land. And therefore, Spoon wanted to go live tonight. They couldn't allow it, but tomorrow we'll pray to go live. But they are saying to Liberians, fall back. To Liberian immigration, fall back. We will be here on your side of the land. We will be operating. With this, our sources, man, they still sending information. They are there right now. Rockland, this is a big one, though. Diplomacy failed. Welcome to the show, my brother.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah. It's a breaking news development that's happening. I think I'm not sure what I would say fail. I just think it's some kind of lack of incompetence on some people around the government. I think they've been sitting on this thing for too long. They've been denying a lot of things. Honorable Yeka Koluba lost his seat because of it. And now we've seen what's happening. I hope they have an answer to what's happening, but it's going to be very difficult next few days.
So these are developing story running, right? But draw us a picture. How would this play out? It means that the Liberian immigration and joint security have to back away. They got to go further in. Am I correct? Talk to me. If what the Guineans are saying, are we going to stop them and say you cannot operate? Yeah.
I don't think so. I think the Liberian side have been acting out of, I won't say fear, because they've been kind of like apprehensive about pushing this thing forward, about reaching out to the Guineans or putting their foot down. In a sense, if the land is really yours, there's no need to keep dragging your feet on it. By now, there should have been some answer on it, but I think there's some fear on the Liberian side. It's like they're not sure they can, put up a fight, or they're not sure they can defend the land. That's the question. So they're allowing the Guineans to have their day.
If what we are receiving right now, because it's a developing story, right? To put all joke aside, my fellow Liberians, go on YouTube and share the show. Go on Facebook, share the show. Find us on Super, on Spoon, Voice of Liberia, and all of our outlets. Let's have this conversation. We'll talk about the drugs. We got new development. But this thing about the border that is just happening right now, diplomacy failed, Ronnie? Is that how we're going to conclude here? Diplomacy failed?
They've been having behind the scenes talk with the Guineans for some time now. I think almost a few months now. So if they haven't gotten this thing settled by now, I guess you can say that they haven't really been able to solve it. So I guess they failed.
Adam, I think you're receiving some information. I know you say you'll go, your guys are prepared tomorrow. They can't do this live today. But talk to me, Diamond. You've been following this story seriously. How serious is this, that the Liberian people were hoping that at least the Guineans were to retreat and go back to their own territory? Now we are receiving this new information that you and other Liberians will have to pay taxes and fees to cross from Liberia land into Liberia land. Simple put, Diamond.
Yeah, CEO, so the reason you said it right, I'm talking to our sources so that we can be able to provide live coverage there tomorrow. That's the modalities we're working out. But just to answer your question, there's been a quietness about this. And people have been asking, what's the update on the Solobar issue? The president spoke about it briefly when he returned from Sierra Leone there at the ECOWAS meeting. He said he had a gut feeling, had a feeling that things will be better, things will progress, that, diplomacy will definitely work. But now, just to paint a picture for Liberians listening and watching. So at the Solomba border, the Guineans had earlier been at the waterfront. Just as you get off the Makona River, they've been at the waterfront. But now the custom area is further inside. It's inside a bit. That's where our Liberian security, joint security have been manning. So now the Guineans are saying that our security should leave the custom area and then push further into Lofa, and they are taking over that place. So it's just a picture of how further they're moving in, And for the custom taxes, if we earlier got report that they were even constructing structures there. But what we do know is when you go to the Guinean side, they are not going to allow you to video record them and all of that, but they can allow you to go there and interact with them and get first-hand account. But now that they're moving further into the custom base, the custom station, we will be able to provide some live coverage tomorrow as to what transpires, whether the Liberian troops, our joint security will willingly depart that area or if they will hold their ground. But so far, our sources are saying that the Guineans have told them tonight that they should leave that area, and they are taking over that area and will be conducting custom services there.
Ronnie, before I bring the senators on, though, this is big. It's like President Boga had two double-edged sword here, piercing into this government. What do you think will happen tomorrow or this week with this new development?
I think when this thing started, when Honorable Yeka Koluba was on this issue for some time, a lot of people attacking him, calling him names and stuff like that. Now that we see what's going on, it's clear that they have not been able to solve this thing the way it's supposed to be solved. And sometimes you don't fight diplomacy with insults and intimidation. Sometimes you have to let your officials do the talking. I think the Guineans had the upper hand on this issue for some time now. From the beginning, they had the upper hand. I believe like I said, I think the Liberians have been approaching this thing out of fear for the Guineans. I think they feel like maybe they don't have the capacity or they don't have the troops to man the border, to man the area. And so they've been playing second fiddle to Guinea. And now the Guineans are fighting, and the way they're going about it, those are military people, so they know how to, to put in instill fear. So I think that's what they're doing now. And Liberia have to either give up the property, give up the area, or fight back.
Run, do us a favor, just remove your leg on your upper left shoulder. There you go. Zoom yourself in a little bit, because the guys they're asking what kind of bottle you carrying. They gotta know that.
I don't drink. I just guess.
Okay, I know where you are running, and I know you're a guest. Let me see if Honorable Snow can hear us. Welcome to the show, Chief. How you doing?
Stanton, how you guys doing? I will soon have a better location. Just forgive me for a few minutes, please.
No problem. We're receiving breaking news. If you'd like to weigh in on it. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
No. Yeah, but change it there. I'm changing my location. I'll call you right back as soon as I get a better location.
All right. Okay. So Snow called us back. I see that Amara is logging on into the program too. Listen, Mr. Seah, this is huge. I'm coming on the show to talk about drugs. The breaking news that the Guinean people say they ain't going anywhere. As a matter of fact, like Diamond are reporting, they want to take over that place. Diamond, can you give us a picture and video of that location if you can, please? I want the people to add us something here. The area that the Guineans saying that for them, I'm shocked though. Ronnie, you want to say anything? Last thing here?
I think, like I said, I think the government needs some answer to this thing, because it's going to be kind of embarrassing for them if this happens the way it's going the next few hours or days or weeks or months. The Guineans are not going to play this thing lightly. I think they've given the government some time to address it, but it seems that it's not being addressed. So I guess we out for next few months and weeks and days.
Let me welcome Amara Kone, Senator from Baburu County, Republic of Liberia. Welcome to the show, Senator. It's good to have you on again. Can you please unmute, sir?
Thank you, Stanton. It's good to see you, Rodney and Diamond. Thanks for inviting me back.
Yeah, quickly, I know our discussion is based on the trending situation about cocaine in our country, but coming on, our reporters and sources in Lofa, from the area which the Guineans took over, they are reporting that Guinea is demanding that the Liberian relocate, the Liberian joint security relocate, because they will be doing the custom activities at that location from the Liberian side of the border. You're a certain senator not too far from Lofa, once a Lofian territory. But talk to us, how big is this information now? Diplomacy failure, because we will be going live. They stopped us from going live tonight. We'll try to go live tomorrow. But the Guineans saying that also says that it's time to make money from the border, from the Liberian side. Senator, if these informations are accurate, though, of course I do believe, what say you?
Well, this is certainly breaking news. I'm hearing this for the first time here. And as a member of the Senate Committee on Defense, Security and Intelligence, I would rather reserve any comments on this for now until I can connect with our chairman, who I'm sure might be briefed on this situation. But it is a developing story, certainly a breaking news, and we should follow it to get the facts.
Yeah, but Senator, your chairman, Momo Cyrus, have said zero. It's like this thing that society talk, you know. We're not hearing from him as chair on national defense and security. And, you know, the president said diplomacy, or Jeremy Pierre, information minister, saying that we should chill and give the government a chance, you know. The president came back and said, I feel good, this thing will be resolved, and here we are. It's like a feel good movement. But the Guineans, they are very serious. They are pushing in. Look at the location, Senator. I believe you've been here before. If it is true, and I do believe that we have video, but that don't want me to hold on to it till our guys go there and go live. This is concerning, right? I know you want to reserve comment, but what we are seeing doesn't mean that diplomacy failed, or you guys got to do more work.
Well, if this is true, we certainly have to do more work. And I just want you to know that Chairman Cyrus is a security veteran. He spent 18 years in the NSA. He's a covert guy. So, you know, he's not the kind of person who will be talking on these type of issues. But I know that he's on top of national security issues. He has a very close proximity to President and President National Security team. Hopefully after this show tonight, I think he's celebrating his wedding anniversary tonight with his wife. We will check with him tomorrow morning. Then I will be in a position to speak authoritatively.
I don't think you can. This is a national security issue. You got to leave his wife alone and call for a serious a meeting here. This is the 3 a.m. time. He shouldn't go with his wife. He been with her 18 years. Nothing new. Then, you know, do it for country. And all Liberians agree with me. He should forget about that wedding anniversary. That what the small children Diamond would do. We don't do it. That been in relationship for almost 30 years. We cook and our women that eat, we sit there and watch TV. You should leave the wife alone. This is about national security 3 a.m. phone calls. The Guineans saying that joint security should leave, Senator. So if he said more money, I'm disappointed. The people who have been leaving, and I don't know. I want us to discuss the drugs issue. People,
Stanton, I know this is breaking story, but I am sure that the government will inform the Liberian people in the next hour, the next hours or so, what actually is going on. I'm sure this will claim their attention. Let's wait until we can hear what the government has to tell the Liberian people.
And again, I respect that. You want to say anything further on this, Francis, here before we move, to talk about the drugs, the cocaine situation in our country? Anything further, ladies and gentlemen? We are talking about the border. It's a serious issue right now. The Guinean government, the military at the border that took over, that entered into Liberia, they are saying our joint security, Liberian joint security should step back. They want to operate the immigration process there. They say it's for them. the joint security should leave, right? And they are demanding it, they're not asking. They say it's going to happen. So Spoon will cover up with this story. This is a breaking news. We hope Jeremy Pierre stop playing Ludo and pay attention, and national security folks should get involved. But again, are we saying that diplomacy c'est fini, or we got to go higher and bigger? Ready, say a close up on this. We'll continue with this story.
It's something that demands the attention of the government. And there's not time for insulting people. That's how they respond to people. They insult and they cause money and power. So let's see how they can respond to it. Like the senator said, it's time for them to step up. And if they can't step up, they have to step, just find a way to resolve this issue. But the Guineans are not going to play around this thing. If what we're hearing is true, then it's something serious the government have to handle.
Okay, so I want to welcome all of you. We're going to leave that story because it's only important we give the government a chance to respond adequately. Where we are today is about cocaine in our country. Cocaine have taken over most agency and ministry in the country. Again, what is happening, what have happened for the last 3-4 days? Diamond, you got anything to add to that border issue? Because we'll be leaving it and we'll wait for the government to respond tomorrow or this week. You want to add anything? You are muted, Diamond. You are muted.
Oh, sorry about that. So again, this is the distance from the river to the custom area. You can see some of the agricultural crane machines there. That's the distance from the river to the custom area. So that means the Guineans are pushing further inroad. They're pushing further in country. That's the distance. The border, the Solomba area, the Makona River is way further down. So they're saying they're coming to this place further in Lofa County. Just to conclude, Chief, we've already worked our modalities, and tomorrow our team will be at the Solomba border. First thing first, again, as we usually do as the Spoon Network, to put Liberians on the spot and let them know what's transpiring. But as it stands tonight, we cannot go live. Our guys have been stopped. They cannot go live. It's a fluid situation. So you want to stay as far as possible, and tomorrow in the morning we'll definitely go live with that. It's a developing story, as you said.
Let me ask you the last question because we got to move though. If Liberian joint security said no, then what? And again, we gave Senator Conan. Hold on, Diamond. Let me ask Senator Conan and Ronnie. Say we hope it doesn't happen. But if the joint security Senator Conan say we are not leaving, is that provocation to war?
Stanton, I think that's hypothetical. I hope that doesn't happen. Like I said earlier, this is not. I'm not in a position to really comment on this because whatever I say here might be construed as official sort of position. I don't know about this. The last time we got briefed on this, it was before we did the supplemental budget, and I made that statement about giving more financing to the army, and it created a firestorm. I'm not afraid to advocate for our security people. I'm not afraid to hold them accountable as a senator. But this matter is very sensitive. I know that there were diplomatic efforts. If this is happening, as is being reported by your network, I think we should give it some time and see and wait for the government's official response, so that whatever we say here does not lead to further provocation. It's true.
Thank you very much, Senator Conan. Running Front Page Africa, I mean, I know you investigating yourself, and you guys will bring us up to speed like Spoon going to do this entire week. But would this lead to some form of provocation if you think the joint security have the capacity to say no to the Guinean?
Shown that they can. So that's what I'm saying. Let's wait for the response from the government on this issue. I think by tomorrow, I think it'll get clearer and go deep into it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're going to leave it for you tonight on the border issue. Again, we will discuss about the drugs, cocaine in our country. The reason why we are here tonight, but we received this information that the Guineans are demanding. They're not asking, they're not begging. They are demanding. Say, listen, joint security leave. That's our area. We're going to do business there. We're going to make money. You guys go find somewhere to go. And again, we want to hear from the Liberian government. We're going to pause on this. The whole situation in Guinea and that land issue is getting to be very, very complicated. But the question I'm going to leave with you, diplomacy. Do we still have diplomacy going on? Are we going to elevate this thing now to a whole new level? The president said, he said he feels that this thing will be resolved. He feels that it will be resolved. So wherever you're joining us from, share the show. Let's make progress. It's good to be back. I can guarantee you after 2 days off, I want to send a shout out to my daughter. She had a wonderful, wonderful program. I'm going to leave it like that because, you know, my wife, she doesn't like for me to talk about it. But again, it's just good to be back. I feel good. We're going to have a wonderful show. We're going to transition to the drugs issue, cocaine. Cocaine issue is a big thing in our country. A lot of Rickman Road. It's good to have Senator Amara Conan from Fish Africa, Rodney Siaye. Again, the senator from Bomi County, Edwin Melvin Snow, will be joining us. We're going to have a full host to discuss issue of national concern on drugs. And I'm going to give an opening to this great man to tell us exactly what brought him on today. We're going to start with Rodney Siaye. I'm going to end with Senator Conan. Rodney, it's good to see you. Again, have my sympathy. Your family bereaved. You took some time off like I did. I took some time off because I had to go spend time with my daughter. But it's good to be here with you. And what brought you on today? A special edition today.
Well, we've just been getting a lot of new information regarding this drug case. We think that without understanding what's going on the government side, there's been a lot of Rick Monroe between the government, the Ministry of Justice, and the head of the prison, the Monroe Central Prison. There's issue with the DEA director stepping aside from the investigation, and so we're not sure the direction the government is going. We've been hearing a lot of rumors and speculation. Senator Nathaniel McGee had a press conference on his concerns about that he may or may not be investigated over this drug issue. We're hearing the name of a lot of people that are coming up from the former government. So we're just waiting to see how the government, the investigative team, the joint investigative team proceeds with this case. We're also hearing some things about a security issue being a problem. They may, try to say there's a national security issue on the drugs, so they might just allow for it to just fizzle. I'm not sure how that explains to the public, but these are things that are in the air. These are things that we investigating, and we see how it goes.
I know we're going to come back because the last part of that national security issue, then something will fizzle. Will the president invoke anything that we need to know? But again, it's good to have both senators on. I know you're coming back, Rodney Siaye. It's good to have Honorable Edwin Melvin Snow. It's good to see you, sir. We'll get to you. Senator Conan left. Sorry, Rodney, I told you Conan left. But let me bring in Senator Snow. Senator Snow, welcome to the show.
Stanton, thank you very much. Rodney, you ran away from me, but how are you?
I'm good.
I hope Amara gets back on the show, but Stanton, I'm good, and thanks for the invite.
Yeah, I just want to give you the chance. Just talk to, our people want people. You're here today. You agreed to come on the show. Why? Why today?
Well,
Why on this special edition?
Let me say thanks again for the invite. As you know, I'm currently in Minnesota, having some very, very busy engagement. But again, once we have a national call, we have to attend to it. So I'm happy to be on the show. I listened to the first segment or the preamble of the show, talking about the situation at the Guinean border. It's my hope that this matter can be resolved. I think it's long overdue, and if caution is not taken, I think it could hurt us more than it will help us. Guinea is insisting that the boundary between they and Liberia is the pre-colonial boundaries before the OAU that they are using. Their argument is that was the land that was approved by President Totman. It's a long argument, and I think it is but hard time that we begin to inform the public as a government. I think it's good when we keep our citizens informed on exactly what is happening, so that alleviate the fears, so that people will understand that it may not necessarily be about aggression, but it will be someone claiming territory that we believe is not theirs, so that we can resolve it. I mean, the time we took to expel a lawmaker, the time we took to criticize everybody that talk about the border issues. I read a post a few days ago where Debbie, I'm like, just eating. I hope when I'm eating too, you're not talking. I see you chewing. I already left the shoe for to eat. I hope when we talk about, a deputy minister a few days ago talked about only 15 Guinean soldiers or 5 Guinean soldiers at the border. So I think we just look, information is power, Stanton. And the more we inform the Liberian people on the actual situation at the border and everything in our country, the better it is for us as a country and the government. So again, thank you. I look forward to talking about the drugs issue. As you know, Senator Amara Kone and I have championed the fight against drugs in the Liberian Senate. That has been our flagship debate in the last month or so now, and I'm happy that we could find time today again of our basic schedule to talk about it. I think there have been additional information, there have been new developments since last year, I think 2 Sundays ago, if I'm not mistaken, and I think it's just fair that we come back to find out where we are and listen to you and Rodney Moore, who have been very informed about the situation. So we are all yours today, Rodney and Santa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Snow. It's good. I mean, you just got to rub it.
By the way, I was eating, man.
That's what I'm about to say. I'm about to say.
But you can see the man eating. I see the man.
No, why would I eat that at this? It's 8 o'clock. It's after time, man. No. If you're hungry, just say that.
I can hear you, man. I know what happened. Every time on your team, I can be hearing. I know what happened to your team.
So can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I couldn't hear Amara.
I don't know about your phone though. We can hear Amara very well, but this thing about your phone, you gotta remove it, because I think you have some kind of game that you play with the phone. You want to be selective in hearing certain people.
I think I brought my phone from Liberia. That what happened. I will change it.
Get on your computer.
On my computer. Actually, on my computer.
Oh,
so let
okay.
me log on and come back on YouTube and see if it works. Yeah?
Okay. Let me bring in Senator Conan. Again, the same question. What brought you in today? Let's hear you.
Hello?
Senator, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was asking. I said, what brought you in today?
What brought me what? Sorry, it's kind of raining here. What brought me what?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, actually, so you accepted our invite. I mean, you want to give your intro? You want to tell the people why you're here for today?
Well, I'm here today basically in continuation of our advocacy on this cocaine issue. You know, this whole thing started with the busting of the $19 million worth of cocaine at Roberts International Airport. And then through investigative journalism, which is mimical to the work of Bart Woodward and Carl Bronstein of the Washington Post on the Watergate investigation, you, Rodney, and I must say here, activist Martin Cully have really helped the country, to keep this investigation alive. And so nearly all of the scoops you've put out there, all of the names that you've mentioned out there, all of them are either fired, arrested, and imprisoned, or self-recused. And so when the news broke about the acting DEA chief, the chief enforcement officer on this war on drugs, allegedly accepted a vehicle from one of the kingpin of the cartel. That was disturbing. I think basically tells me and the country that the president is fighting a two-front war, like I wrote this morning on my page. He's fighting the bigger war on drugs. He's also have to deal with the people he has entrusted to fight this war behind his leadership as commander-in-chief. So President Boakai is not at a good place right now. I can tell you. And that is why I wanted to come on today to talk about that, to continue to highlight some of the things that make this case very interesting. Public sentiment about this distrust is very low. When you talk to people, they really believe that the government is not coming forth on this. And I thought this would be a good way to reconnect with you, to my colleague, Senator Snowe, the co-champion on this in the Senate while we are on recess, to continue to encourage our president to keep fighting and also not to allow himself to be held hostage by the very people he has entrusted to lead this fight for him, who we now know, some of whom we now know are seriously implicated with the cartel.
Thank you very much, Senator Conan. I'd like to start with Rodney Sear. So, again, folks, we welcome every one of you. Thank you for joining us. Just go on Facebook and share the show. It's good to be back after 2-3 days. But we want to welcome you in a very special way to this special edition. The reason why we are full, I'd like to make this the first topic. And Rodney, this is Diago, right? His letter to Oxford 12. Request for temporary recruiter pending investigation. Talk to me about this letter and the president respond to this letter. I given him 48 hours or given the Joint Security 48 hours to come back with a report. Did the president, did he accept the letter? Did he push the letter aside and say, well, we got to investigate you? What was the mistake here, if there any? Rodney here. Rodney, please unmute. I love to have a better audio. I love to mute every one of us. So please unmute.
Yeah, so when we started this fight a few weeks ago, it was all about connecting the dots. And one of the dots we connected in the beginning was the issue at Private Bar and the role that bar has played in this whole investigation. Private Bar is perhaps the ground zero for this whole drug case. This is where some of the cartel members met. This is where some of the international people who we've shown photographs earlier, we showed photographs of them engaged in a lot of activities at that bar. In fact, a couple of guys who were arrested was at that bar several times before they were arrested. This is the bar that we believe is co-owned by Jonathan Momolu, who is also the driver for the DEA. So this connection was made weeks ago, that something was there. Why the government didn't, start some kind of investigation then puzzles me. Now that they've seen that their report from Martin Colley that some of the cars that he's riding were denoted to him by the owner of Private Bar, it tells me that the government is either not telling the president everything about this investigation, or they are deliberately shielding the public from what's actually going on in this investigation. The DEA boss name has been in the air for some time because of his association with Jonathan Momolu, who has a close relationship with Michael Brown and some of the original suspects involved in the 19 million case and now the $318 million case. These are all connected in some way or the other. I think the government, I don't say, maybe they love to play second fiddle at times because they should have had this thing been ahead of it for a long time. I keep telling Liberian people, the reason why a lot of these things are being delayed is because there are people around the president who believe that taking action against certain people in the government, in the circle of the president, will lead to some kind of damage control issue for the government. But if you can take control of the investigation, if you can arrest those who are supposed to be arrested, if you can stop trying to draw people who are not associated with this drug bust, the 19 million and the 380 million, and focus on those who are involved and not drawing too many other people in this mix, it kind of muddle the investigation. It try to put the entire process into disrepute, and it makes the government look like they not sure what they are doing. So, like I said, we have to keep connecting the dots. The mention of the DEA director is long overdue. His name was in the air for weeks from the beginning of this process. It was in the air for weeks, but he kept being on the job. Noticeably, he was not part of the investigation. If you all can recall, he had not been on the investigative team. So he has already recused himself on this thing, as far as I know. Now that they say he's been recused now in the game, it begs the question, how far is the president willing to go to get to the bottom of this thing? The fact that they're afraid that if they call certain names, it will affect their chances of 2029 raises questions about the sincerity of the government in addressing this issue. I know the U.S. Embassy is involved now. I know that some of the folks in Holland are trying to get to the bottom of this thing with the Liberian government. I know that they are trying to work on modalities to help with the Dutch fugitive next to Sierra Leone. But there are certain things that we have to look at carefully if we want this thing to be addressed properly. We cannot put anything under the carpet. This investigation, the president's words have to come into play when he says there'll be no sacred cows. There seem to be some sacred cows that are being allowed to walk freely. And the thing about Liberia is a very small country and nothing hide in this country. So no matter how hard they try to hide certain things in this investigation, things will come out. And so my thing is the president and his people need to address the issues in this investigation and let the chips fall wherever they may. That's my advice.
It's good to hear that from you. What will go to Senator comments? Senator, on the same letter, Biago say, I'm going to recuse myself. Biago himself, he didn't only say, I will recuse myself, but let's put it exactly what he said, request. This is his request. Request for temporary recusal pending. He called for investigation on himself. Do you think the president's position to give him additional 48 hours was necessary? 1. 2, we've been talking about Biago and Jonathan Mamadou on this show. We raised the issue that Jonathan Mamadou actually flew from that land to be a driver to Biago. If anybody want to believe that myth, right? And Jonathan Mamadou called on our show. Why is it surprising today that the Joint Security has special interest in this when this was announced long time ago? Senator, who playing this game? Are they informing President Bouakai appropriately, or you think people just take it away? Just take it away.
In our last conversation on this, I said that the president was getting all kinds of briefing now. He was getting the formal briefing from his security team. He was getting the informal briefing. And in situations like this, for those of us who have been close to these type of situations, you have allies of the security people around the president, encouraging the president to keep listening to them. Then you have people within the ruling establishment who actually are putting pressure on the president to act. So you have various forces around President Bouakai right now, which makes this difficult. And that is why this morning I wrote that the president may be fighting this war on two fronts. The UP people didn't understand that, but there's a bigger war. It started with Kush. Now we are at the cocaine level. Nobody's even talking about Kush. Last week, Al Jazeera reported that Kush importation to our country has increased by 80% between 2024 and 2025. And, you know, that's alarming because that is the one that is targeting the young people of this country. Then you have this cocaine issue. Then from a performance perspective, the LDEA has been a troubled institution from day one of this administration. I don't need to recount that. So when you have the leading anti-drug chief recusing himself after, you know, this allegation with evidence that he accepted a vehicle from the cartel instead of facing immediate dismissal and potential criminal charges by the president over this cartel bribery scandal. You know, Stanton, what that clearly reflects is a lack of accountability, and it also represents a strategic retreat on the part of the OIC, Diago. You know, he's choosing a voluntary recusal over a dishonorable firing and a potential quick indictment. I don't think this was fair to the president, whoever encouraged the president to accept that. But the president has, you know, maybe to balance everybody's ego in that heated conversation around him, giving 48 hours for them to come back with additional information, hopefully more information before he can act. So I would say we wait till tomorrow, 48 hours to tomorrow, and then see what the president does. But the evidence of the accusation against the OIC is overwhelming. And
so
I remember,
then a question to you though, what evidence President Bouakai want? What is he looking for?
Well, people hide behind the law. I know the lawyers told him that you cannot fire somebody based on a mere allegation. Those are some of the comments I read today from, you know, the regime supporters. And so everybody has individual right, and in our system, you are presumed innocent until proven guilty.
He can fire anyone if he chooses to.
I think that applies, you know, in this situation. The president can hire and fire at will. No law prevents him from doing that. And I think he missed an opportunity yesterday to send a strong message to the rest of the people, if there are any, because our brother Martin is reporting that he has more evidence that investigators were looking for, and he's going to start releasing them. And you, Rodney, and Martin have not been wrong on this issue. So we'll see what the president does tomorrow, and we'll see what additional evidence the three of you can help the president in order to move this case forward. But this is a serious war, and I don't think it's a war that we are winning. Some will say by busting the cocaine and burning them, that's the optics, you know. We appreciate that. but the architecture of this transnational syndicate that are enabled by Liberian citizens that have been protected by Liberian citizens since 2021, because the EPS director, Sam Gay, posted that they have been in the country since 2021, and I know he is the expert among them on drugs. And there was a regime change, democratic regime change in 2023. So between 2024 and now, somebody without the authority to protect them must have taken over from the previous people the police director mentioned were protecting these people. So this is a massive intelligence failure. It also talks about the confusion in the security apparatus, when we are hearing different stories that the NSA is now in charge of it. The NSA was responsible for the big one. And there were back and forth about whether arrests should be made or not. And we know for a fact that the senior security people who were fired by the president last week are still free men walking. We don't know what they were fired for. They have not been taken to court for processing in relation to this something. So, that confusion is still there. So the ordinary man out there is feeling that, okay, if these security people protected the cartel, and they were caught red-handed, you fire them, how come they are not behind bars with, those that they enabled? And I think that is a question only for the administration to answer.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Senator Snow. Senator Snow, this is getting even more complicated. The cherry picking in the government, the way forward as to who to fire, who not to fire. Oh, Mr. President, wait, go by the law. I'm just going back to Steve Zago. He was fired and he was suspended and later relieved without even knowing that he was fired, because it's the will of the president to do so. But for this Biago guy, and the man said, take me for investigation, I recuse myself. So it's a joint security thing. He said, no, we're not taking for investigation. Don't recuse yourself. Wait for us to give you 48 hours. Let investigate you. Then the president will take action. I mean, Senator Snow, talk to the Liberian people. This is so messed up. That's my own word, right? Why would the president want to wait for 48 hours? We are talking about drugs. Doesn't the president believe while it's out there, should somebody come from Europe and America to convince President Boyka? We've been talking about this Biago guy. We've been talking about the car that was bought for him and his wife. We've been talking about the allegation of money. Why couldn't the joint security open investigation? Why now the Papa calling for 48 hours? Is he speaking from strength or weakness? Senator Snow.
So I will piggyback from where Senator Amara Conan left off. Now, Amara, as you know, was one time Minister of Foreign Affairs, which qualifies him to, Minister of Finance, Minister of Finance, which qualifies him to serve on the National Security Council. So he draws in a lot of experiences from what he did or what normally will happen in the National Security Council. Unlike me, I've worked with at least 4 head of states, ranging with Mr. Taylor, with Judy Bryant, with Madam Sirleaf, with President Weah, and then Boyka, so maybe 5 or so. And all of the 5, in 4 of those roles are served in the, at least 3 of the different presidents, besides Taylor and Bryant, are served in the legislature under 3 of them, President Sirleaf, President Boyka, President Weah, and President Boyka. And I'll tell you what presidents are normally victims of in Liberia. And I've seen it repeatedly. It continues to happen, and it's happening today. So normally when members of the establishment or those close to the president or those in the president's cabinet, but anyone in close proximity to the president or to the ruling establishment, once there's something negative about them out there, before I go to that point, everyone in the establishment will always have someone that has the president's ear. So all those people you see in the president's cycles they will always have external allies outside the cabinet, outside the kitchen cabinet. And what they would do is that whenever something comes about those people in the president's close proximity will first run to the president and convince the president that this team is a president is not about Stanton Waterspoon, it's about you. It's about your administration. If you allow this to happen, you may not get re-elected. It will affect you. People will say you are weak. People will say your government is this. So you corrupt the president's mind to first convince the president that if you take this action, Mr. President, or Madam President, which was in the case of Madam Sirleaf, it will hurt you. It's not about this person, it's about you. And then the president sometimes gets convinced and become very lackadaisical about some of the political strong arms action that is expected of the president. Now, in this fight against drugs, Stanton, Rodney, Amara, we all know that drugs has the fastest and perhaps the biggest money in the world today. All right? Drugs fight, if someone took in $300 million worth of drugs in your country, it tells you that they prepare to spend at least $50 million to do anything. Whether it's to penetrate the security sector, whether it's to penetrate the hierarchy of the country, whether it's to go into the media, whether it's to go into any sector. If you're going to make $300 million and you can spend $50 million out of that $300 million, you prepare to do it. So we are not fighting. We're not out here for anything small. We are out here for a big fight. And people will continue to convince the president to not act immediately, not act prudently, because they're a network. And Rottenseer keeps on saying, connect the dots. Connect the dots. When Rodney started this connect the dots thing, at one point it sounded like he was singing a song. Well, Rodney coming from every day connect the dots. But it's becoming to make sense every day. Because now, let me say clearly, Stanton, I support investigation. And I believe I'm a strong advocate for due process. I believe if anyone comes out today and accuse Stanton Waterspoon, Amara Conner, Rodney Seer, whoever it is, that person should face the accusers, and they must have due process. But there's also what we call in hot pursuit or deterrence. Like Senator Conner just said, if actions are not taken decisively, there will be reluctance at the bottom. Because, for example, the guys from NSA, Patrick Doe and the others from NSA, they were dismissed by the president. The deputy at DA was, I think, suspended pending investigation. The prison superintendent, the assistant prison superintendent, was incarcerated and dismissed, even though he came up with very, very strong allegations that I read and the rebuttal from Ministry of Justice. That's of another day, I'm sure. But there have been actions taken. There are agents of the executive who happens to be agents of will and pleasure of the president. With what Martin Colley came up with, convincing evidence that Martin Colley came up with. Now, this vehicle, does the vehicle exist? Yes, the vehicle exists. Have we all seen the vehicle? Yes. The license plate Martin Colley show, does it correspond with the vehicle that we all have been seeing with the ORC of the DA? Yes. Who owns a vehicle? That's a whole nother thing. That is sufficient reason for the president to take immediate action. The president got to be seen as taking control of this situation. Okay? Yes, I believe there should be due process. Yes, I believe there should be investigation. But you can also either suspend, dismiss, while due process go on. So either way is going to work. But I think the more the public begin to see that there's protection of some caliber of people at some level, the more reluctant people are going to be, and I think this fight is going to defeat us. I'm afraid that if we don't get the president, and I fully agree with Amara Conner, the president is fighting from two fronts. There are people within his close proximity that will be in the president's ear every morning. Mr. President, this thing here, standing there talking an eyeball, Amara, an eyeball, Rodney. Yeah, but you, this is your government, this is your legacy. If you take the action, it could affect your re-election. If you take the action, it could make the government popular. So let's hold on. Let's not rush. Let's not do this because they are working external. They have external factors they are working with to start the process. So again, I think the president needs to act decisively, and we have to do this together.
So let me bring us up to speed. You're going to come in, Ronnie, here 1 minute. The vehicle in question that we spoke about and Martin Cody went deeper about, putting the vehicle information out. The vehicle transporting those prosecutor, legal representative that on the team with the drugs enforcement, that's the vehicle they're still using today. They are using the vehicle today. That vehicle in question.
Well, stand on. That's what I said. We all know
that's the vehicle. With you.
That's the vehicle.
That's the vehicle in question. He have transported them to Bon County, sent them to McGibby, and move about the investigation.
He was in Buchanan for the Independence Day celebration.
Correct. That's the vehicle. So there's no question. But my thing to you, Senator Snow.
But stand on. Stand on 1 minute. Now, don't forget, like I just said to you, and Rodney always say connect the dots. My intelligence also will reveal that it's not only one vehicle that was donated. So there could be other vehicles in other convoys or with other officials that if those close to the president now will say to him, take time to act. Because if you act on this now, and Martin colleague come tomorrow, don't forget Martin say he coming tomorrow 7:30. And I can assure you from where I sit, there will be outreach to Martin. People will reach out to Martin. There may be offers to Martin. If Martin is not careful, you might come tomorrow and Martin may tell you, say, he doesn't have the evidence yet. But I mean, I respect him. I think he has credibility. He may not change. But there will be offers made to Martin. Now, don't forget, Stanton, you remember the case when Nathaniel Mangier and others got on the UN sanction first. And people ran into President Weah that morning to convince him that Mangier and others should resign. And it was a big argument internally. Finally, they had to resign and blah, blah, blah. So by the time others got on it, the Samuel Tuet and others, then there was now pressure that, oh, you made this fool to resign while the others not resigning. What am I coming with this example? Because it's believed that there are other vehicles under similar circumstances, the people in there now will use the external forces to in close proximity to the president to say, if you act now on this, why if Martin come tomorrow 7:30 and show additional vehicle, additional evidence? So it means that what's going to happen? And there could be. Don't be surprised.
No, because we know we're going to make that a second topic. So I want us to finish with this Biagwa thing because we got other vehicle that came by way of Gregory Coleman. I can say that, right? We have other vehicle that's part of other convoys, right? Yombly got one of them. I'm going to stick with the Pro 10. Right, Gregory Coleman got one. Minister. So Snow, that have some serious show here. We're not talking in the back. No. You don't know. Don't just come out openly and say jumbly. No, Snow, that have some serious show here now. Snow, you're not here to defend Yombly. She will defend herself. Yeah, that's Senator. Let's speak one at a time. You can defend whoever you want to defend, like you did Sarah Beslow. It's fine. But let's speak on the issue. When we get to you, Senator Snow, you cannot cherry pick this conversation. If you want to speak to it, you got any proof that she doesn't have a new vehicle that she just packed recently. You can come out. Youngby can speak for herself, and I want to say to you, it's even more important that we discuss this issue holistically. Convoys were vehicle that people give them. The question is where they took the vehicle from, who paid for them. They are not part of the government budget. So I don't want you to come out as Senator Snow of Bomi County and just shake your hand and say, no, it's not true. My evidence and my sources, you cannot beat them. And you know that, Senator Snow. So if you don't know, you don't know. Yes, Senator Snow.
My thing is, I'm close enough to the leadership of the Liberian Senate to know that Yombly Kanga Lawrence, the pro tem, is still using old vehicles from the former pro tem. She got one brand new vehicle through the budget. It's a Nissan. It's a Nissan Jeep.
Senator Snow, we're not there yet. You're rushing to make correction. When they get there,
don't reference her.
Snow, I will reference her. This is spoon talk. We invited you to come to. We tell you to come defend. When you want to defend her, you defend Sarah. Go ahead. And then when the information comes out, you defend Tyre. The point is that do not cherry pick this investigation. You know Yombly, I do believe you know what than any other person. But when we say vehicle were given to her, don't just come out and say no, because we know what we are saying. So if you say, I'm not seeing a vehicle, that may be right. But don't tell us, say no. And then we challenge you. That you try to play favoritism here, and that's not right. You cannot be one and be other.
Jesus left to be accused now.
Exactly. And Jesus Christ was already accused, and he was beaten and killed and nailed on the cross. And then we're not accusing you again. We'll be happy for his grace. But let's go back to the Biago someday. I call him Diago or Biago. It is important, Ronnie, for us to sit here and talk about the importance of this allegation on Biago. And let me say this, and you can add. On the day of the $19.2 million drugs situation, Rodney, one of the deputies called Biago and told him that we have a problem at the airport. Biago said to that deputy, and at the appropriate time, the name will come up, give me 5 to 10 minutes, I'll call you back. After 10 minutes, Biago called back. And Biago told the deputy, say, who all know about what you just told me? The deputy was able to tell Biago everybody that knew about the situation at the airport. Biago said, bring the drugs to the LDA headquarters. When he was asked, who did Biago talk to? That mysterious person we don't know. If you add these things up, and you see the physical appearance of Biago, when the person was speaking and he was holding his head and being confused. My question to all Liberians, and I want to be straight up. Did anybody tell President Bouaga to wait for the 8 hours? We know for the 8 hours with climax on Monday, Tuesday the 8th. But did anybody tell the president, say, give him for the 8 hours? What kind of investigation the president looking for? Rotten here. What kind of investigation to prove what, Ronnie?
Listen, Stanton, there's nothing that Biago has done in this investigation that those who are investigating him don't know already. They already know. And I've said this before, when this thing first started, Biago is not the only one benefiting from members of the cartel. The police are also benefiting from this cartel. And I've said before, and I've approached some members of the investigative team about what I know. And the scary part about this is that when I mentioned this, they expressed that yes, we are aware that Leroy Harris provides Starlink for the police. That's something that is known in the investigative team. They all know that. Now, Leroy
is this a breaking story or
no? I've said it before. I've said it before. Yeah, Amara. They know. They know. They are aware. For some reason, whatever, they haven't acted on it. Now, if this tomorrow, like Martin Collins come and say, okay, yeah, Starlink provides the police with internet, then everybody say, oh, give another 48 hours again to investigate. They already know what they want to know in this investigation. The problem they are having is which one of the big guns in this thing do we put out? That's the problem the Unity Party government is having. They don't want to put a high-profile person out there because they think they're not thinking about the president, they're thinking about themselves. Because if you think about the president, it's clear that only one person from the NPP government is behind bars right now. It's Charles Taylor. They're not going to go after Minister X, Minister Y, Deputy Minister X, Deputy Minister Y. They go after the leader. And by telling the president, oh, don't arrest this person, it will look bad, you are betraying the trust of this president. And say what you want to say about this thing that's happening, but for me, if the president comes out and fire high-profile people, it makes him look good. But if you keep hiding, and tomorrow a big bombshell drops again, you make the government once again into damage control mode. So they have to be very serious about how the way they're approaching this investigation. Everything that is coming out on Biago, they don't need 48 hours to investigate. They already know. They already know. But they choose to investigate or put out what they want to put out. And that's not a good sign. That's not a good thing to be doing. And we have to be very mindful of the fact that this country's future is at stake right now. We cannot allow cocaine, narcotics, kush, and other things to overwhelm our youth, to overwhelm our country, to overwhelm our future, to overwhelm our future leaders. If we cannot put this thing in check now, years from now, the question will be asked, what did President Boakai do to prevent this from happening? What did the Unity Party government do to prevent this thing from happening? Unity Party and those around the president have to get away from this campaign opposition rhetoric mood. They have to start focusing on how the president can come out looking clean, looking good in this situation. And the only way to do that is allow the president to do what's right. Allow the president to do what is right. And shielding people or keeping things in the dark, the late Black baby, Harrison Jidwell, used to say, no matter how long the night, day will still break. No matter how long the night, day will still break. So we have to be careful how we shield people in this investigation. It is not.
So my question, so Ronnie, before we bring Senator Cornyn, my question to you: what kind of investigation President Boakai won yet that ain't getting yet? Now let me simple. What kind of investigation the president called him for? This man is an officer in charge. The man just holding on the thing. And the Liberian people got to understand it. It is alleged from day one, people been calling this guy name. When we speak to our sources, they say they honor surveillance, they are monitoring them. So who didn't give President Boakai everything he need to know that he must stay give 48 hours? So when we at the 48-hour count, and they said, no, this guy, maybe he didn't know, and the car entered. Will President Boakai say then he okay? Or will President Boakai fire him? Or President Boakai will say you suspended? What kind of investigation the president looking for? Is this part of the holistic investigation, or is just a separate investigation to this car? Somebody needs to tell somebody to understand. Yeah, Robin, then we'll go to Senator Cornyn. You want to finish up on this question?
Like I said, Stanton, everything, unless they didn't tell him, but everything that we're hearing now, the investigative team knew. They were aware. Maybe they didn't tell the president everything until they came out on social media, but they knew. They knew the role that Jonathan Momolu played, the role that the DEA director played. This guy, listen, this guy left his full-time job at the airport as a security to play a foot soldier to the head of the DEA, the officer in charge of DEA. Who does that? That was a major red flag. It was not until we flagged it that they told him to go back to the airport and stop following the DEA around. So there's nothing that the investigators don't know about this situation. They know. And they're making the president look bad by saying he gave an ultimatum for 40 hours because they knew, unless they did not tell him. Unless they didn't tell him. But they knew this information are coming out. I don't know, they want to see like a Perry Mason situation where they say, got you, like maybe that's what they're waiting for. But these things have been around for some time. You know, when we first heard about that, Leroy was providing internet Starlink to the police station. I asked them. They said, "Oh yeah, we interviewed him. He admitted to it." So if he admitted to it that he provides the police with Starlink, that's a breach of security. That's a breach of security, because if you have to cartel people having control of your police station through the internet, they can breach the whole system in the police. So if we allow these kind of things to just go around like nothing happened, then we have a serious problem in our hands.
And the same question for the senator from Barbados. Senator, so many people wondering though, don't you think they who have elevated the president right and gave him more, power, immediately accept the letter, dismiss Biago and send over for the investigation he himself asked for? Instead, the president said, I give you 48 hours. 48 hours for what? What kind of due process that is required there? Send him over for investigation. Okay, we put Biago aside. I want to give you 2 for 1 year. What about the other people that the president dismissed, like the Mark Quia and the Patrick and all of them? 2 weeks almost. They have never appeared in court. What's going on, Senator? Is the president ready fighting or he's scheming? Can you unmute, Senator? Can you please unmute?
No, Stanton, I wouldn't say he's scheming. I think the president is being ill-advised. I can tell you where President Barker is right now is tough. It's a tough place to be, surrounded by people who are complicit in this scandal, and also honest people who would like for him to act. So they're going back and forth around him. Like I said earlier, I think the president missed an opportunity yesterday on Biago, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. But what is baffling, you just mentioned, is that all of the officials that he has either suspended or fired, for example, Patrick at NSA, Mark Quia at RIA, I believe 106. I don't know his name, but the person from the police. They also relieved the driver who escorted the police car driver who escorted the cocaine from Royceville allegedly to Rafi Highway. No, these people are still walking around. They have not been charged with anything. They have not been indicted. And how do you expect us and the Liberian people to believe that this is a serious investigation? That is why, from day one, Senator Snowe and I have been advocating for an independent investigation. We're not saying bring foreigners here, because the foreigners may not know all of the networks in the country. They may have the expertise on how to chase the drug laws, follow the money, and so on and so forth. But we want to see Liberians lead this type of independent investigation. I believe there are honest, credible, high moral counsels in this country that can do good work and report directly to the president. But the administration supporters don't want to hear that. They think that undermines the president's credibility. Stanton, let me say this to you. This scandal, which I call Cocaine Gate, is similar to Watergate. I'll keep repeating it. And Rodney talks about connecting the dots. I don't know who your Uno Deep Throat is, but certainly all the information that your sources, your deep throat in this investigation, as it was in the Watergate investigation, have been giving you have been on point. And this is remarkable journalism, and also to Martin's credit. What we have here, Stanton, Rodney, is a scandal that transcends baseline crime. Okay? We're talking about a transnational drug trafficking situation that has become a crisis of institutional integrity, exposing how organized networks can penetrate or compromise administrative, police, and airport systems. Simple. So when that happens under the leadership of a president who promised to fight drugs, okay, first, the president, during the campaign, thought this drug thing was limited to Kush. Kush must go. But then now he has a bigger, larger drug problem in the country. And we shouldn't minimize this. So I think I still want to push for an independent investigation. I honestly don't believe that we can trust those who are managing this investigation to be able to get to the bottom of this, to give the president the decision-making points that he needs in order to make the right decision to actually rid the country of this menace. And that's one we saw yesterday. And we've seen some last week with these officials. The only people who are behind bar is Paul, the logistic company manager, who voluntarily turned himself in. Up to that point, all of the people who were associated with the 90 million births at the airport left the country. You talk about that here. And you follow them. You were able to establish contact with some of those people. And you talk about it on your show. And I think some of them even call in. Up to now, we don't know what the status is on what the government is doing to get those people back into the country. Nothing. So it's like the 19 million thing never happened. I think the missing link here is to connect the dots, the 19 million dot with the 300 million plus dot. Because some people believe that they are separate. They're able to do that. So that one, the RI 89 is under the carpet. We're talking about this big one. The other people that are behind bars are the two foreigners who were arrested along with the burst, and then now the private bar guy, and maybe other people that may not be senior people in the government. When we started to talk about big fish and all that stuff, people say, well, you got a name there. I don't know anybody. I will not lie to you. I know no one briefs me. I don't talk to any security person about this investigation because I don't want them to use me as a cover-up for what they are doing. I stay away from them. Everything I know about this investigation since the public hearing that was held in the Senate, induced by Senator Snowe and the letter that Senator Snowe myself wrote, I have got zero briefing from anybody on this matter. That is why I embrace your work as a Liberian, who is concerned, just like everybody else, the silent majority out there, those who have been affected by this, and those who worry that if we do not rally around the president to make the right decision to get the country beyond this point, we may get to a situation where our country could become a narcotic state, which is what we don't want. And so we have to come together. We have to keep pushing, put pressure on the investigation, constructive pressure on the president, and actually pray for him that he will be able to get some honest people who are not afraid of the internal fighting, who are not afraid to be called prime minister, who are not afraid to be called this name or that name, to get to the bottom of this so that he can make the right decision in the best interest of the country. As far as we know, the president does not have that person yet, with him to help him win this war for us. And that's frightening.
What we stay at LDA though, people want to give the president a chance here, right, Senator Conley? And also, listen, the president is the president. Everybody's saying the president received this briefing. Every morning, evening, and night, they tell the president something. Is the president seriously fighting drugs? And the question is resonating because who in the government, right, the president listened to? Who that one person, President Braga, is listening to? Who the group of individuals that will come and sit down with the president and show him everything? Name me some members of that group.
Well, one would think that the Minister of Justice would be a strong person within that group to really push hard so that the president get the information the president wants. I mean, the president deserves to have in order to make the right decision. Is he doing that? No, it looks like he has subordinated that authority to the IG of the police. And we know that the ORC officer in charge at the LDEA is a career police officer. I think he was responsible for administration and HR that moved to the LDEA after the A.B. Krumah and, his junior people situation to be officer in charge, reporting, like he said at the hearing, reporting in two ways, reporting to the IG and also reporting to the Minister of Justice. So in reality, he was still a subordinate to the Inspector General of the Police. So this guy was in this position. And then we had seen that he's taking a gift from the cartel. Let me tell you, there's a law, the Code of Conduct for Public Officials, I believe Section 9.1, Edwin, you can correct me, I'm not a lawyer, talks explicitly about gifts. Section 9.1 of the Code of Conduct prohibits officials and government employees from receiving or encouraging any form of bribe or casual gift related to their official duty. That's the law. That law was created to discourage something like this. So there's no conflict of interest in the discharge of, the duties of public officials. So those who may be pushing for due process and so on and so forth, yeah, due process is good. But this law really should guide all of us about accepting gifts and actually using that gift. People come and say, oh, we donate this, we donate that, we donate that. These are gifts. When we encourage it, in an event, the donor breaks the law or the donor is operating as we now know about the private bar guard, then the DEA was compromised. But let me say this before I close on this. There's a lady who was arrested at RIA coming in from Thailand, from Bangkok. When she had, yes, yeah, that woman came to RIA. She was booked by the junior officers there. I think they documented their operation on Facebook. I don't know if you can remember. We all saw them opening the shirts that this drug was placed in the plastic and so on. I know for a fact that one of them was relieved immediately after that operation. And I did call.
Besides that, all the drugs that are arrested for the besides that, all the drugs that are arrested for the lady was never turned over.
Huh?
Besides, in addition, all the drugs that is seized from the Equita donor lady was never reported.
So one of the lead officers, DEA officers, who made that discovery and showed the Liberian people that they were really working, and by using social media to send a message to the other people that we are here, when you try it, we'll do it. And I'm sure that they managed to get the intelligence from outside sources. One of the officers, I think nearly all of them were removed from the Rabos International Airport. A few of them reached out to me and I tried to intervene, and they came out with all kinds of allegations and so on and so forth. I was unable to save their jobs. They got rid of some of them, they moved some of them away. And then Martin Colley is reporting tonight that there's some senior inspector at RIA who was part of that September, drug thing, and he's also part of the cartel, escorted Biago to the airport. I think he's posted it tonight. Somebody just sent it to me. I haven't read it yet. So you have all of this happening. So when people talk about big fish, everybody needs to be patient about this, because this investigation is leading the president to places, and this revelation that the cartel supplied the LNP with Starlink equipment and so on and so forth. You want to tell me all the money we approve in the budget for them, they cannot afford to buy their own Starlink? Why you want to accept that as a gift? It could be compromised so that they could be listening to your, to your conversation. They could be, they could hack your official communication and so on. So it's risky. You're putting the country at risk. So this is just too much information to process. And I think the turmoil right now in the security sector should give the president reason that the best way he can benefit from getting the right decision point in this investigation is to get somebody in, an independent counsel who can get to the bottom of this and report to him.
Yeah, so let me come to you, Senator Snow. And folks, you were asking if the senator left because we're talking about Yombly. No, the senator, he didn't leave. He's here. Senator Snow, we have a problem here. And maybe I'm saying it. Do you think folks around the president preventing him from going hard in this fight? That every day we must say, wait, let's investigate, let's investigate. From the airport, we have named everyone, right? It's not a new news, right? LDA, we've been saying it's a trouble. The very Oswald, the justice minister, and Sam Gay, and all of them had an investigation open on LDA leadership. Not one time, not two, but three times and more. The president have asked for the investigative report. It's on his desk, but they want the president said we got to go through vetting. Vetting have taken over. The president brought it in for 90 days. 3 months. It have gone over a year. Do you think we have serious people actually helping President Bouakai, or he just okay that he can write this book?
So, Senator, let me just, before I answer your question, as you know, I'm in Minnesota on official matters, and there are a lot of demanding issues for me today. That's why I'm in and out. Besides, I was hungry, so I went to eat, because I got a lot of text messages too, where people are accusing me of leaving the show because you talk about Yombly and Sarah Baslow. A lot of messages came to me.
I believe you went. I brought you back. I call you to come back.
I can turn the camera. I can turn the camera.
It's not about eating snow. This is bad. Let's stick on the conversation. If those are your friends, they can be your friends. But you cannot come on the show and try to come off for your friend. This is not friendship thing.
I was hungry.
No, take your red up from the show. It's not friendship thing. No, seriously. You cannot do this when we're fighting drugs. When we talk about one set of people, you shaking. When we talk about your people of your interest, then you want to attack. No, where are you? Are you cat or dog? You cannot be cat dog. Let's fight this thing holistically. Now make your point.
You finish? Stand on. I call you. I told you I was hungry. I was going to eat. I was following the show. I did not leave because a lot of people send me text messages on the same thing. Besides that, I'm going to another engagement. I'm going to be in the vehicle on the show, just so you know. All right? But again, because this matter is very important and Senator Conner and myself take very serious interest in it, that's why I had to adjust some of my schedules to come on the show tonight. Having said that, Stanton, the issue of this drug thing right now is on the lap of the president. Until we can get the president out of that box where people are going into him and giving him information, oh, slow down, oh, you got to do this, oh, don't listen to them, oh, if you listen to Spoon, you know, with the opposition, they will try to bring the government down, they will try to embarrass you. the president right now is not fighting just for Liberia. He's fighting his legacy. He's fighting for the rest of the world. And President Boyka, as the commander-in-chief, as the president of the Republic of Liberia, has to take charge. Second, now let's look at this. There are hurricanes in the NSA right now that have been affected by this drug issue. Relief of their position. Roger CSA followed the dots. There are hurricanes within the DEA that have been affected. Down the head of the DEA is ongoing investigation. His deputy has been recalled in ongoing investigation. Follow the dot. That the airport, hurricane at the airport, follow the dots. So, Stanton, this tells you that this is a serious network. At the police, hurricane at the police being affected, follow the dots. So, if we think that this is politics, because right now in our country it's so sad, Liberia politics. I'm doing a book. I'm almost finishing my book. I need to start the second one. Liberian politics, I've seen a lot in Liberian politics. That's why when I see somebody, my friends in the UP today attacking Manan Salif, I can say, yeah, politics are a hell of a thing. I saw somebody on an American post. I couldn't believe it. Recently has left the show of our country. Recently.
Comes for the territory.
It's cheap. It's cheap. Because, people expect you. People expect you to just, once you are there or there's an establishment, just be positive. Don't be critical. Don't be objective. This is not democracy. This is the democracy that people die for in Liberia. Over 500,000 of our citizens died for the fight of democracy. We can't come back to this stage. So, Stanton, the president has to get out of that shell and say, look, let me call a spade a spade. You know what it is for the men down there to see people being dismissed, people being suspended, and there have been no charges. They are working freely. The only person that is in jail today, other than the two foreigners, is Paul King, who voluntarily returned from the United States. Everybody else are being accused. We're just passing around. We say we're looking for ship. Just say we're looking for ship. But the Liberian who wrote letter and say, I'm the agent for this ship. You're bringing the ship or you don't go by the ship. Nobody called the agent to ask questions. I see the ship, Arico and send the ship back to you. When the agent ran in Liberia and he was dismissed from the airport, and nobody asking questions about the ship, then we say we're serious people. We gotta be joking. And Stanton, Amara Rodney, if we continue to play politics about this, every time we count this air, tomorrow morning there will be attack. Tonight there will be attacks. Every time we talk about it, people get upset. People attack us. And every time the president listens to those people and don't take charge of this situation, it's going to fall on the president's lap. It's very easy in Liberia to be, hypocritical about things and say, oh, the president don't know about it. Oh, the president didn't do this. Oh, the president. But like Rodney said, the buck stops at the presidency. There's one person in jail today. That's where the buck stops. It's going to be the Joseph Boyka-led administration. So the president really have to take some action. The president has to take action. He has to take charge. There's only one person. That's the president of Liberia, is Joseph Boyka. His vice president, Jeremiah Kuhn. That's the ticket the Liberian people voted for. No other names were on that ticket. So people going in there and trying to convince him, cover people, protect people, because vehicles have been spread around, money have been spread around, everybody get their own network, everybody get their own tentacles. Believe me, this fight will embarrass us. Don't forget, the government flagship, one of the government biggest flagship project was the procuring of 300 something yellow machine of earth moving equipment into the country.
285.
285. I'm told, I've been out of the country now for over 6 weeks, but I'm told that those machines are being deployed around the country. We're not hearing anything about it. The only thing Liberian people hear about today is the drugs, the fight against drugs.
Let me ask you quickly, because we got to bring, Ronald said I want to squeeze something in, and we're getting some names concerning that airport. I want to say quickly to you, though. Biago, he's scheduled to travel. He's scheduled to travel, and our reader is August 17. August 17th of this year. Again, if it is true, but he's scheduled to travel. He will be traveling with one Precious from LDA. Precious Rue, RUE is the name. They bought a plane ticket. They're about to attend a leadership conference, 4 days leadership senior level conference training. Again, the fact that he was given okay to travel, do you think now what is happening, the government going to stop him? Because this is a runaway pass. And
no, stand
again,
on.
Yeah,
I think I gave the and to be off to all fairness, I gave the president the benefit of the doubt on this one. The president had called for 48 hours investigation. I hope the 48 hour includes Saturday and Sunday. I hope we're not going to get Monday and we'll say no, Saturday and Sunday is non-working days, so they were not inclusive. But if it's 48 hours, within 48 hours, the investigation should be coming up. With what Martin Colley, and I'm not a fan of Martin Colley, but what Martin Colley has put out there, the pickup, the license plate, the registration number, there's no way that investigation will come up and I see the contrary to what Martin has put out. Even though I saw something on Facebook, they want LDA boss telling by the pickup, they said, I really uno the pickup. But, there is no way there's investigation will vindicate the hierarchy of the DEA. So there's no way.
I'm going to the traveling now. He's scheduled to travel. He said for August 17th.
August 17th is after the 48 hours. That's why I'm coming back to the 48 hours. So after the 48 hours, the findings of the investigation could change the whole travel. If he's found guilty, the president may take action and he may not be able to travel. If he's found not liable and the pickup was just a spirit pickup in a convoy and transporting people, then it's a whole different story. But my advice here is that, again, I agree, unlike in the past administration where there was a vibrant opposition, we may not have that today, but the Lyman Bowie said some time ago, the Liberian Post sometimes are very quiet, but don't allow them to wake up because the public have been very quiet about this drugs thing. And I think the more they see the reluctance of the administration to act decisively, people may one day ask for an answer and demand an answer. I think it's only fair and it's in the interest of the president to act swiftly, decisively in the fight against drugs. Wherever the investigation lead, go there and take action. I think the more we procrastinate, the danger we face for our country.
Let me bring three things quickly to run this here. It's very important. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to listen. Yes, it's very important. You got to listen to this one. Till today, Rodney, please take it away. Jonathan Amadou Mamadou, stay on the payroll of the airport security, RIA. Till today, right now we're saying the security system remains the same. Till today, GLS Menze continue operating the cargo terminal at the airport. What say you? And again, we're going to hear from you. Imagine all these names on an investigation. The manager for the GLS, he's in jail. The owner, the manager, one of them, Paul King, right? We talk about Jonathan Mamadou. I'm Adama Mamadou. Guess what happened? He said he's a driver for Biago. He had a car registered in their name, co-owner, as we are hearing, co-owner for private bar. But he's still on payroll. He's still operating. Till today, there's no change in the security system at the airport. What say you, Rani Sieh? How dangerous is this? How can the government convince anyone that they are fighting drugs?
President Barker has to be very serious about his legacy. And it's sad that till today we have not seen any serious changes at the airport, any changes at the police. We need to see drastic changes. I said it last time, they need to make some drastic changes down to the security guards, down to the agents, down to the people who check the passport. There needs to be a serious revamp of this airport because it is clear now that, as the police director said, this thing goes to high heavens with senior high-level officials involved. If that's the case, then why do we have a situation where After all we said about Jonathan Momolu, he's still out there, still on government payroll. They were looking for the likes of Oscar Brown and other people. Say, where are they? The government has made a escape pathway for most of the suspects in this case. From the beginning, we're mentioning Michael Brown on this platform. Michael Brown was in Liberia. They allowed him to escape. They allow a lot of people to escape. The fact that we've been talking about Biago about to leave the country raises questions about how serious are we about this investigation. Till today, we haven't seen any serious major charges, arrest. The last time we had that charge sheet of those 12 people, a lot of names were called in that indictment, in that charge, in that arrest rate. None of them have been arrested. It speaks volume that the president is allowing his surrogates to use the name of Unity Party in such a manner. Edward Kessley must be turning in his grave. They're not damaging themselves, they're damaging the president's legacy. By continuing to insist that no high-profile person should be arrested because it will affect the party, it's not good for this country. Tomorrow, this country, God forbid, this drug thing takes over Liberia. It happened under Unity Party watch. So why can't we just do the right thing? Clean the airport. That's the entry point to Liberia. Clean the airport. Clean security. People who should be arrested. But we keep hiding people's name, people arrested and not being charged, all because people in the government have friends who are involved in this thing, and they're sacrificing President Boyka for their selfish image, their selfish gain. And sadly, people around the president allowing this thing to happen. Tomorrow, these very people, one thing about Sycophant that I know about them, I've been tracking them for a long time. One thing I know about them, tomorrow is Boyka, President something happening, Boyka needs to leave office. Those very same people come on. We used to advise the Papio, we used to tell him things, so we used to say this, so lies. That's the art of sycophants, the art of sycophancy. They prey on the weak. They prey on those who cannot fight back. They prey on the fact that they want jobs, they want something from the president, so they will allow anything to happen under his watch. And tomorrow they will pretend that nothing happened, that they didn't know what happened. And most of the things I can tell you, I think the president knew about it. They're protecting themselves. They're protecting themselves. Why is Jonathan Momolu still out there, still working? After all we know from day one.
But Ronnie, and that's what you see, that's what actually can frustrate some of us that believe in President Boyka. How long will it take President Boyka to get the information now? So every day we can say we don't think the president knows about it. What would the president know? We just can't talk certain things because I don't want to believe that he doesn't. I believe that the president is fully informed.
Stand on.
But President Boyka is somebody, I beg, Chief, let me just say this quickly. I think that somebody should be pinned down by investigation while the country and his government, right, is destroyed. I mean, to be frank, you won't tell me, everybody on the show, I've heard this before, Marquia should still be walking free. What kind of report President Boyka waiting for? For Marquia to be arrested. What kind of report? And the Liberian people, that's what Snow said, they are quiet. But they don't believe the president fully. What kind of report? Even Unity Party said, you're not Unity Party. You are not. You don't support President Bwaga. So sometimes I feel that maybe you rather see you coming from a place that you're enjoying this ride. Because what kind of report President Bwaga will wait for to get this guy off the street? The man still saying nonsense. He said nobody can arrest him. And you want to tell us that report, Mokan, a special one, for Oswald Twe, corporate lawyer, Oswald Twe, that know nothing about this yama, he got to wait for Gregory to say, what kind of madness is this? No, to be frank, man, it's sometimes what kind of report that you want to see on this guy? What kind of report? What the people saying, this guy, this woman, and pressure rule, they're preparing to travel August 17th, where they still can Martin Toyaba in the back. The man lie and say he have never seen that guy in his life. What kind of report President Bwaga waiting for? That special kind of report, that classified document? Who the president waiting for to give me that classified information? So it's just not adding up, running. It's not. All the yama, the president I know, the president is informed, but the will to make decision for the sake of country and to protect the integrity or rescue that America shed tears for. I'm not picking on Amara. Amara, we'll face this country. We'll face this country. We'll face it. It can't be faced no more. No. Amara, I'm not picking on you. Go ahead, Ryan.
Man, you have the microphone. I can't fight with you. Every time I come on your show, you give it.
No.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. No. Let's get serious. Let me tell you something. I'm very proud of that moment. And
I'm proud of you, by the way. I am.
Yeah, when I came out, it was just President Bwaga, President-elect Bwaga, and I in the room, the two of us in his office, listening to the returns. But then you had covered this thing brilliantly. We had announced through you that he would be the next president. And we went there, he had some kind of a fake numbers that somebody gave him. The same thing we're talking here. While we're trying to laser focus on winning, somebody passed from behind us. Don't trust Amara. This is another data here that CDC is releasing, blah, 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 blah. When he showed it to me while the neck was coming on, I took it from him respectfully. I look at it. I tore it into pieces. I put it in the trash. I put our numbers in front of him. I said, compare orange and oranges. If we are wrong, don't trust me. I'm saying this with my heart in my behind, because anything could change at NEC. So when NEC announced that he was the president, Stanton, that cry you saw was a cry of joy. It was a big blow off my shoulder. The effort that you put in, that everybody put in to elect President Bwaga. I just came home and just took a shower, took NyQuil because I had not slept for days, and crashed. But fast forward, something just came to my mind, and I have to say it while I'm on the show. It's making sense to me now. John Molu and I were perhaps the two most independent-minded people around the president early on during the transition. All of you know John Molu. You know how independent he is. John came every day to the hotel in Washington, D.C., and we'll have conversations with President Bwaga. President Bwaga was in high spirit. He was talking the right things. And we, John and I, were encouraging him to do his appointment differently from President Salif and President Weah, to vet people properly. The Americans at the time were pushing that he left the security sector intact for at least 6 to 12 months. Some people thought we were making that up, but they themselves said it in their first meeting with the president to rehab and made that humble request. They were not interfering. I'm beginning to see why they were making some of these asks. They were asking for this. And then we had the the army wives thing that happened early on, and so on and so forth. But John and I were pushing for vetting for key positions, and then he could politicize the other, not less important position, because President Boakai told us he felt God saved his life and made him president over a young country for a reason. So as I read about the turmoil around him on this matter, all of this is beginning to make sense to me. The failure of the system, I'm talking about the security system, to deal quickly with this matter, and stonewalling and, using surrogates to attack, those who are speaking on this matter, you, Rodney, Martin, Edwin, and I, and others, making derogatory remarks doesn't bother me. We're doing this for the country, and the UP should be worried, because this cocaine gate could define the president's legacy and also would definitely be on the ballot in 2029. The erosion of public trust, the potential weaponization of the opposition. They're lucky the opposition is not as agile as they were when they were in opposition. I don't know why. It's good for democracy. This is the time for opposition leaders to speak up. And interestingly, civil society is quiet. I have never seen the Liberian civil society post-conflict as dormant as they are, in the last 2 years. So it's like they don't care anymore. The clergy that used to be the moral voice in this country on bad things, from the Do era all the way to the Weah era, are all quiet, perhaps, maybe for reasons only they know. The UP, I'm sure there are people in there that are worried about these things. And also, there are some people fighting in there. Everybody is not cheering on this matter. Everybody is not being sycophants on this matter. There are champions in there who are fighting, pushing the president to demonstrate political will on this thing. There are people who are pushing for internal accountability. I'm sure those people have not been successful to penetrate the walls that are currently around the president. And Stanton, to get to the bottom of this thing, President Boakai has taken these steps. Some consider it sweeping, but really when you look at it, besides apprehending the international players in this cartel, and the smaller people in the airport scandal that were that were processed through court and sent to jail, thinking that after a few weeks, like it is with most Liberian high-profile cases, the matter will go away. The president has fired people he appointed, and those people have not been processed. It's been proven that some of them took money. And, it just shows that the president is not serious about this. So for him to really save his image, people see him as a president who came to rescue them, because this is what he promised. The president should appoint an independent special prosecutor. This will establish, sort of some kind of a transparency and an arm's length investigative panel, with full financial and operational autonomy. This is what my colleague, Senator Snowe, and myself have been talking about, to avoid any perception of executive interference, which appears to be the case now, because, the people he relies on to do this investigation so that he can make the right decision are some of the people who are implicated in this. Now, I'm happy that he has engaged the international partners. They are here, but also this investigation has to be open, transparent. People need to know. And that is why we are working with you and other people who are interested in getting to the bottom of this, because we are a country that is still struggling with self-discovery. People get killed here. We make noise for a few weeks, and then the trails are cold. They die in vain. Their relatives are mourning, and that's it. Nothing happens. Big things happen here. We talk about it. We make noise, and people move on. In this case, we should not allow that to happen. And this is not political. This is dangerous. It is an existential threat to our country. It has a serious national security consequences. You reported earlier about the border, and this one here. So you have all these, security issues that is confronting this president from day one, with the AFL, with the border, now with this one here. And, the decisions that have been taken are not ending the situation, except for the first AFL case. But the border situation allegedly is going on. And then this one, you fire people, but, it's like, okay, we're firing you because, you talk to the people, but you didn't do anything else. But it's clear that, these people were part of the cartel. The cartel we're talking about here, fellow Liberians, it's not just the international people. I talk about the moral hazard part of this. When the international people come, they are smart. They bring a lot of money in. Then they look for vulnerable people, greedy people, people who want money. Then they put money on the table. The consequences for breaking our law that, will put them behind bars, they pass those consequences to the people with authority who believe that they can protect them. And if anything happens, nothing will come out of it. That's the moral hazard thing we're talking about here. That is the principal agent dynamics we see in this crisis. So this is complicated. It's very complicated. And the turmoil in the security sector, the president will have to come out on Monday very strong to let the people know that he is in charge. And then from there on, I hope somebody in a group will keep pushing for him to appoint an independent special prosecutor who reports directly to him, somebody with moral, high standards, and somebody who cares about this country, as much as all of us do, so that our president can be truly the commander-in-chief he was elected to be.
Before we bring Rodney here, let me ask you, who do you think amongst the joint security calling the shot?
Stanton, in every crisis, there's that one person that is calling the shot. I do not know, and I don't want to speculate, but that person is there. And I hope that your sources will tell you, it can't be everybody. It got to be one person. Now,
there's a reason for the question, Senator. Yeah, we got the Justice Minister will be speaking. He will turn it over to Gregory. Gregory will talk small and it'll go back to the Justice Minister. Then we had Biago saying something. Now we're not hearing from Biago again. Who actually have the president here? Who actually entering the president premises, entering the executive mansion and closing the door, and say, Mr. President, this is it. Everybody report to that one person.
On matters like this, Stanton, based on my experience, it should be the National Security Advisor in this case that should be seeing the president first thing in the morning to give him detailed briefing, and hopefully last person to see him to make sure that he check all the all the numbers, dotted all the I's and cross all the T's, so the president goes to bed with the right information. Is that happening? I don't know. I simply don't know. I don't want to speculate. But maybe in the context of let me tell you something. We still have the Tubman era governance architecture in this country, particularly around security. Joint Security Task Force, this and that, and all that stuff. All of this pollute investigation in our country. The Ministry of Justice as it is in the United States, our government was modeled after the US Republican form of government. It has the sole legal authority to lead this type of thing. The Justice Minister has the authority to appoint prosecutors on these cases, big cases like this. But when you bring all these people in, joint security forces, and so it's sort of it crowd out the people who should be helping with the investigation. And that is why the leaks are happening. You'll recall that during the hearing, I asked the question, I asked the IG, we see that leaks are happening. Stanton, Rodney, and Martin are reporting things. Do you believe there are people in the investigation who are leaking stuff? He said, yes. He said, go back. He admitted to that. He said they knew some of those people and they were taking action. Whether he was saying the truth on an oath or not, I do not know, but he did admit it to that. He did admit to that during the hearing. So in this case, he came there, he spoke. So publicly, you would think that he is the person leading this thing. And then we heard a few weeks ago that the NSA boss was in charge. But the NSA, we know the boss doesn't talk publicly. They operate in the darkness. Then the Justice Minister is there getting information from the police because they report to him. So the person who should be coordinating all of this is the National Security Advisor. We haven't heard from him. We haven't seen him active in this. And I'm not taking a shot at my brother Kofi. This is just the way that it should work. But instead, we've seen the person who is, who has the authority to protect the president, to keep the president alive, the EPS director speaking on this matter. So you see, you confuse the public as to who is in charge here in terms of, making sure that the information flow to the president is one directional versus coming from all over the place. And let's say it this way, in a very respectful way, President Boakai is more than 80 years old. President Boakai is an elderly man. What is happening around him is just too much for him to absorb one time. He has to deal with the economy. He has to deal with, infrastructure. He has to deal with this drug issue. He got to deal with this Guinean crisis issue because it will affect his presidency if he doesn't resolve it. If it is true that the Guineans are on our land and we're not hearing from them and they're not solving this thing, it will affect him. And he's had to deal with all the other issues that we have in the country. So somebody has to manage the information flow to him so that it makes sense to him and then he can make the right decision. So far, we're not seeing that.
Randy, the same question to you. You have gone into deep. And thank you very much, Senator Kane. Randy, you have gone into deep. It's very important for us to know the channel, the chain of command here. Who can we go talk to? Who's coming on air? Who actually putting the name on the record? That the president listened to me and I'm the one the box end with me, right? We used to see that maybe a little bit in Sylvester Graceful delay, right? He has some strength. This time around, the EPS coming to say their own, right? That's not the function of the EPS. Same good, that's his area, security-wise. But that's not his actual function when you put them together in government and under the republic, right? We are talking about who's now in control. Rather say, who in control? Who messing this thing up?
I think what you're seeing is what the cartel wants to happen. We keep calling for independent investigation, but I think time is running out for that. I think the level we have reached now is beyond apprehension. I'm not sure the extent to which the cartel has infiltrated in the government, whether there's anybody you can trust to say they're 100% fighting for the Liberian people. So in terms of who do you trust or who's in the president's ear, I think from what I've been told and the people I'm talking to, I think the likes of Kofi Woods, Sam Gay, even Gregory, of all that's been happening, Gregory still has some, some say around the president. So security-wise, I think those are the people that the Justice Minister, of course, he has the president ear. So those are the people, the key people right now who he listens to. But my thing is the fact that they allow the president to embarrass himself like this with this 48-hour 48-hour ultimatum raises a lot of questions. First of all, like I said, everything that the president is asking them for, they already know. Whether they've been in denial that Biago was not in this thing, or that, there's a delay tactic to find a way to do other things, no one knows. But I think they've running out of options. They're running out of time. I don't think they plan for this thing to drag on this long. I think they were looking like a labyrinthine 3-day window. After a noise go down, it dies away. But like I said, we're not the only one fighting this battle. There are people in the system that are feeding us information. They're not happy with what's happening, so they call us, they call Stanton, they call me, they call Martin Colley, they share things that they know people want to know. And I think they get angry because some of these things, I think, they're already in the air. Like the issue with the Biago thing has been in the air for weeks. The issue with the Starlink provided to the police by Leroy Harris has been out for weeks. Why would you have a member of the cartel providing the police a security entity with Starlink internet? That should be in the police budget. That shouldn't be coming from someone like, Leroy Harris. So it just tells you how the level at which the cartel will go to breach our security system. And the fact that they've managed to breach every sector of our security sector, the NSA, the police, the DEA, they got it made. They got it made. And August 1st, I learned this evening, like I said, people gave us information. There was an attempt at Central Prison to release some of the prisoners they have there. And these, that's why some people gave me information. I try to ask around because I want to make sure. But when I heard that the police, the superintendent of the prison was arrested early morning, I contacted people in the joint security. They said, oh, but then he was doing stuff. He was giving people his phone to call the people in Colombia. And there were a lot of things. Today he comes down and said that's not true. And so it's hard to say who's telling the truth because the information is unfiltered. It's not, it's just all over the place. Everyone's fighting. And it's the rush for information. It's the rush to deny, the rush to defend that has everybody in panic mode. And if the president does not put this thing under wraps, it will continue to haunt his government. This is not going to go down quietly. That's what people want. It's not going to go down quietly. There are too many intricacies. There are too many things that are in the air already for it to die. And I hear the stories. I hear the news. Sometimes we have family problems. They come and they say, "Oh, Stanton running fighting," so they shook him and died. All the things we hear them. They say, "Oh, he not on the show because they gave him money." Come on, we come this far. We're not going to stop. And the reason the collaborations, not just with Spoon, but we collaborate. Everybody has to come together to fight this thing. It's not the one-person war. It's something that people have to come together and fight. And I feel sorry for the president because, like I said before, if he was maybe 10 years younger, it may be different. Like Madame Sirleaf, her first term was the best. Her second term, she was a grandmother. It was hard to be, the president. She was like a grandmother, and people took advantage of her. It's the same thing with President Boakai. There are people around him who are taking him for granted. There's a serious rift around the presidency. That's part of the problem. And until the president, I don't know whether he's capable of even fixing that rift, but there are people who believe the president can die. So they align with Jeremiah Kuhn. So that in itself speaks volume. Instead of focusing on the war at hand, you think about 2029. And it's a problem that if it's not fixed, it will lead to a bigger problem. And Madam Saliu did the same mistake. She did not prepare a successor. She played around with all these people, including Amara, my friend Amara, and Kofi Woods, Gafuan. She let all of them on. She never really said who she wanted, leaving to replace her. She even made a speech one time that she and Boyka would have sailed in the sunset after she leaves. She didn't think that Boyka was going to be president. So we have to be very, very careful about legacies and who we how we direct or how we advise our leaders, because most time the people around the presidency are there for their own interests. The fact that we are seeing monies being thrown around to people around the presidency, around the security sector, around the police, around the DEA, it speaks volume about who we are as a country. That the police cannot put in its budget to have internet for the entire police station, but we have to do Starlink. How much for Starlink? It's not that.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question, Ronnie. Right? Can I ask you? You are repeating those things continuously. Why would President Boyka hear these things? And we have the two senators here. Especially, I would go to Amara Kone, senator that no money, Amara Kone. That you want Ronnie us to believe that Gregory Kuma, like Biago, receiving free car from Jos Cartel, Gregory Kuma receiving Smarting, let's Starlink from Jos Cartel. What kind of madness is that? What kind of complete madness is that, though?
We talk about connecting the dots, and I can beat my chest on this. The only reason why we have not seen any major arrest, the only reason why Mark Quia is running around free, the only reason why Jonathan Momolu is running around free, the only reason why all these people that had the writ of arrest issued for them 2 weeks ago walking around free is because when you connect the dots at the end of the day, as the IG said last week, this thing goes to high heavens, and a lot of senior government officials' names will be thrown out there. And this is what they don't want. Whether they don't want it for themselves or for the president, that's another thing. But I strongly believe that they are hurting President Boyka by telling him not to make any major arrest. I believe this 48-hour thing is a delay tactic. Will buy more time. Because everything that they're asking for, the president asking for, they already know. They already know. And they're just delaying time, buying time to see what next. And if we're not careful, the fear that UP has will be the fear that will create a lot of unnecessary headaches, unnecessary consequences that they will live to regret. It's better to do the right thing now than to wait until it explodes before you try to fix it. You already know. The major players in this government know who are involved in this thing. They know how far it reaches. But the desire to protect people will lead to a lot of unnecessary headaches down the road.
Thank you very much, and thanks to those of you that are saying send spoon talk. Somebody says send spoon
You were
talk
talking about
came to
money.
me.
You were talking about money for the police.
Yeah, I want to send a shout quickly,
Yeah.
Senator. Send spoon talking to me. This is the second best show. The first one when we had you, this is the second one. Hey, I was sure always the best because of you, but it's good to have this great man. Let me bring in Senator Connor, then we'll go to Senator Snow. The man I changed location 4 times. Senator Connor, go ahead.
No,
I'm on a working visit because you are sacrificing my time. You don't show appreciation. I in the field, in the street doing anything for you. Look where I am. In the street doing it for you. You don't even show appreciation. You real countryman.
You do not for me, or you do not for the Liberian people. You do not for the people of Bumi. Nobody know whether you will be running in Bumi or Riverside. Go back to Riverside. We don't want you in Bumi. But anyway, you hustling the Bumi people.
And the Bumi people got me here in Minnesota right now on the sun talking to you.
Well, you know, back to the subject. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, why would our national police accept Starlink sort of equipment from the cartel when the legislature approved a budget for them? This is all public information because I know some colleagues would say, "Oh, you know, that's secret. You're not be putting up." We appropriated $25.79 million to the Liberian National Police this year. You know, that's sufficient money for them to be able to buy their own equipment. And if they need additional money, they should make that request. You know, 60 million of that is, you know, for personnel cost. And then you got about $9 million for goods and services. Where the Starlink equipment fall into $9 million, you know, goods and services. So I don't know why of the entire security sector, they got the most appropriation. So to hear this really is disturbing and vexing. You know, it undermines everything that we're trying to do to build institutional integrity. But I agree with Rodney. Look, the Liberian people are forgiving. It's better for the administration to act now, for the president to act quickly now, to nip this thing in the bud, and people will appreciate that he made a tough decision. All this thing, oh, you can't fire someone until you can something, you know, you got all these surrogates, like Edwin was saying, you have this whole network when you're in these public positions. So some people are cowards. They don't know how to attack their perceived or real political enemies. So they go through other people to do that work for them for small fees. And in an economy that is not producing any jobs, young people will be weaponized to do these things. So that is why it doesn't bother me, because I know how this system works. You know, but what is happening here is that you have people, the president from day one has decided to trust and to work with for the administration because of the trust they built over the years. These people are not dumb. They know those kind of people. Most of them may not even be in the executive branch. They may be in other branches of government. So they will go through them to vouch for them with the president, you know, for what is only known between they and those people. Then you have an outside network who will be doing the PR thing for them, so on and so forth. So they confuse the president. But this case here, clearly, the turmoil is visible. The lack of clear chain of command, like you said, you asked us earlier, is also concerning. It seems like the president does not have one person channeling information to him so that he's able to check off the decisions. And this is troublesome. One thing I want to say tonight, Stanton, Senator Snow, and Rodney, is that there are mothers out there around the country, in my county, in Senator Snow's county, in Cape Mount, in Sino, River G, across this country. You have young people who are struggling with this drug business. Here in Monrovia, we see them every day. In the gold mines, if they don't use drugs, they're not able to work. on agriculture, employment centers, the same thing. So this is becoming a problem. I know we're talking about cocaine. Some may, we think that it can be marketed here, and maybe the enablers of the cartel told them, say, you can't market in Liberia so long you only transit in and go into Europe. We will allow you to stay here. Maybe that was the arrangement. But either way, it defeats the declared war on drugs. Number two, the fact that the president has not been able to appoint a permanent leader at the LDEA after the A.B. Nkrumah saga really does not demonstrate that this is a war that he's serious about. The president constituted a council, on the drug war, health, finance, and the other places. I think at one point, we invited them to come to the Senate to brief us on the work they were doing. When you talk about oversight, this is where we are talking about. That council has not been meeting regularly to be able to, for the internal accountability that we're all talking about, to help the president hold the LDA accountable and so on. When Al Jazeera reports that Kush importation into Liberia is up 80%, that should catch all of us attention. I know the cocaine is now dominating the discussion, but we have the silent killer, the cheaper one, that is still coming across our border, maybe by different, by second-tier cartels that are in the country and so on. So this thing is just big. It's too big. You have the cocaine, the big one, which we are trying to stop so that it can prevent our country from exposure to reputational risks. But we already have, like a lower layer cartel that is still bringing meth and kush into the country and destroying our young people. So the president will have to recalibrate. He will have to go back to the drawing board, maybe bring in new generals, to give him a war plan on this, and then fight and win. But we cannot lose this war. We lose this war, it will define his legacy.
Before you go quickly, because we got about 5 more minutes, we want to give Senator Snow the chance. We want to seriously appreciate every one of you. The overview on the Sunday, the people are paying attention. I want to say thank you. But quickly, though, do you think the president is doing good enough? Is he doing more than you think he should be doing at this level, Senator Connor? And then we'll go to Senator Snow. Can you please unmute, sir?
Are you asking overall his job?
Yeah, overall. Overall. Yeah, overall.
You got to give him credit on some things, For example, I said a few days ago that the president and his economic team appear to be doing well on managing the economy.
No, the drugs issue. I'm sorry. Overall on the drugs issue.
Yeah. On the drug issue, the president is struggling. Clearly, he's struggling. He has not been able to bring this under control 2.5 years into his 6-year term. The LDEA has been a troubled institution from day one. One will expect that by now it will be a well-oiled and funded institution, professionally led, and dealing with these issues before they can come to light. This cocaine business is a big intelligence failure of this administration. People say it was here in 2021. I agree. I think it was probably here in 2021. The IG said it in his last press conference. We still don't know the former officials he talked about. We're still waiting. But 2.5 years is sufficient time for the intelligence community, when all of our security institutions, even the fire service, has an intelligence budget. They all have intelligence money to be able to follow these things and stop them before they become the kind of national and international embarrassment that this has become. I mean, we have been in all of the big international papers, from The Economist to RFI to Africa Report. I understand the Wall Street Journal is sending some correspondents to Liberia to cover this story. So this is big. These are papers that presidents and prime ministers read. You don't want to be there. So the more they delay this thing, the more it's bad for the country. On the drug thing, Stanton, I have to say that the president is struggling and he needs to really take charge of this and change his team that he has placed his confidence in to help him with this one.
Thank you very much, Senator Cannon. Senator Snow, we got about 5 more minutes. We're giving you enough time, as much time you need. Let's make sense of this. Again, I know you will say your own, but do you think the president to the place that he's doing better in this cocaine fight?
Well, Stanton, the cocaine fight has become a national security issue. And with the caliber and names of people that are being pointed to or pointed at, and actions are being taken, fewer actions are being taken, I think the president in a place where the security people are scaring him. And it's at a stage where, Mr. President, if you do this, this will happen. If you do that, that will happen. And the president is not a security man. If he's depending on his security people to advise him, and I think they're scaring him, not much. Look, Stanton, Senator Amara Conner and I have always called for an independent investigation. And true to what he said, our version of an independent investigation is not to go and bring people from Jupiter or Mars or anywhere else to do the investigation. You can have credible Liberians. Look, there were 3 individuals at the LDA that were fighting and embarrassing the presidency, embarrassing the government, and the president fired the 3 of them. That was Ibrahim Kroma, Fadiga, and what's his name? And Bauko. Today, the president has reappointed Ibrahim Kroma, even though in a different position. But Bauko and Fadiga are still with our job. So get someone like Fadiga who comes with the background, get other people, other qualified Liberians, and launch an investigation. Get a team of people to go ahead, work with whoever we have to launch an independent investigation. When you are at this kind of investigation, and, you have hierarchies in the police have been spotted at and action taken against. Hierarchy in the National Security Agency, deputies have been spotted at and action have been taken against. Hierarchy at the airport have been spotted at and action have been taken. And then we still say leave the investigation where at the DEA, actions have been taken. And we still say leave the investigation with the very people. Stand on, we're not going to go anywhere. Look, what is the justification today? Yes, the president has the right to fire, has the right to appoint. These people are agents, like I always say, of will and pleasure. The president get up in the morning, he won't fire them, he fire them. But you have fired those people, you have suspended them, but they are free. There's no action, no administrative or legal, no further administrative or legal action taken against them. And then we say we're fighting drugs. There was only 1 person in jail with 2 foreigners. And we say we're fighting drugs. So I think the president in the corner where the security people has scared the president to say if you take certain action, it will bring your government down, it will embarrass you, you may not get re-elected. And the president is in a bubble. So the Liberian people, let's spoon.
How can the people scare 12-year veteran vice president? How can the Liberian people scare 42 years experienced minister, director, that came with vast experience?
Stand on.
Few men in security centers scare the public. So what was he as a vice president? What he was doing? He was there hanging out.
Stand on. If the president gets up in the morning and the national security advisor goes to the president's bedroom and says, Mr. President, we have security briefing. You're not going on your dining room table this morning. The president will not go on the dining room table. So the security apparatus is so powerful that the cable are scaring any leader. The kid was scaring anybody. So I believe,
So I
Stanton.
agree that he can scare anybody, but can the president ask questions too, so he can talk, so he can watch media, so he can listen to radio. The president now, when it kind of security, he's so scared that he can't even ask questions. No, that's why you trying to tell us tonight. That President Boy is so scared. Let's ask America, but you know what Madam Salif, that she remove your speaker. So let's ask America. Madam Salif was so afraid that she couldn't even take phone and call outside of the bubble. Is that what you say?
Every leader have their own style of leadership. And I believe today, where President Barker is, there are too many different information being filtered to him, formal and informal, from the informal sector. And I think they have scared the president. That's why certain actions have not been taken. Because, Stanton, even if that was not the case, what is the justification today that the person who wrote the Liberian Maritime Authority and said, don't let a ship come in. Nobody should go by this ship. And you say the ship missing and nobody can question the person about the ship. The person say free in the country. And they say we're trying to find ship. The ship agent running that bro, oh, they were looking for the ship in Ivory Coast. They will say we're fighting it. How can we say we're fighting drug center when all the actions that have been taken, everybody's still walking about freely in the street and nothing happening other than the president who has acted by at least dismissing and firing some of them? So again, I would say, Stanton, like Amara Connor said, today we have the civil society in the history of Liberia. Since I began to know myself in Liberia, the days of Bishop Michael Francis, the day of Sheikh Kafuma Konde, the day of, you can name them. I mean, you can name them up to today. Dexter Brown and all the people. The civil society in Liberia has never been as quiet as it is today. Has never been as quiet as it is today. They say the 12 years honor Madam Salif as president of Liberia. The 6 years honor George Weah as president of Liberia. The opposition community in Liberia has never been as quiet as it is today in Liberia. And you can prove me wrong. I challenge anybody in the country to prove me wrong today. The civil society, the opposition.
Those leaders on board, they're on different boards. They get board membership, they get in a gas slave.
Stand down. Stand down.
That's a whole different story.
Stand down. Even Madam Salif had opposition, her government, the opposition was still strong. She had opposition. Nathaniel Magay was assistant minister in Madam Salif government. George Weah was peace ambassador in Madam Salif government. The opposition, American on the show, you can attest to it. Rodney said there. They were still strong in Liberia. The opposition community and the civil society has never been quiet in Liberia as it is today. There are more questions than answers. Something is not adding up.
There's nothing you can say to that because, you know, the only peace ambassador remain to be peace ambassador. That's the man that have the largest opposition bloc, your friend, your brother, George Mano. We are the former president. When he speak, when he come out, everybody will follow. But he's a peace ambassador. He doesn't want his hands to get dirty. He stay in America hanging around. So let's
so that's good. Then it's good.
Yeah,
then it's good.
So he get a tattoo. And, you know, if he move,
I've never asked for him or anybody to be violent. I'm just asking for additional voices. Besides Alexander Cummings, who had a press conference, Amara Connor and Edwin Snow and the Liberian Senate who have raised this issue. Tell me what else you hearing about this? What's happening? Tell me what's happening. Is it not strange to us? Is it not strange to all of us in the country?
I think the people just tired of the noise. That's
okay, then fine.
And they are just reserving themselves and the energy for 2029. I mean, you want to go through another...
Something is not adding up. Something, and that's where when Gregory, and that's why Central. That's why when Gregory Coleman said there are current and former government officials, and with the silence of the opposition, it rings a bell.
Okay, let me bring in, because we got to go. We got the guys that coming for post analysis. They are all set. They will be joining us. Let me bring in Rodney Sear. Rod, why don't you say a lot to be discussed, and we'll be on fire tomorrow because we are digging deeper. There's allegation on the RIA boss, and I will share those information with you. The RIA boss, I don't know whoever he is. There's an allegation. I just don't want to call name till we compare notes. The issue is that people just got even, people just walking around freely, nothing happened. as if to say they can't touch them. They are untouchable. Running here, we can go down the line. The Peter King is still out doing his thing. Somebody say a couple of them have diplomatic passport. You know, that's a whole different story when you talk about the Zoom network. The Zoom network all operating under Ibrahim Traore and the ambassador at large, or the former ambassador at large, Sheikh Koyate. Their relationship was so strong. They went to see Cyril Beslo. They were in the executive mansion. Some of these guys have diplomatic passport, and we reveal them to the people who gave them diplomatic passport to invite drugs dealer in the country. And this is big. This is big. But I want to put this up quickly, Ronnie, because I know we will soon be going. I want to put this guy picture up. Where is it? Now I want to put in my picture of Snow leaving. Snow, come back. When I put a picture, I'll wait till you come back. Brandon, take it away. Let's talk. Let Snow come back, and I'll put a guy picture up. There's a reason I'm waiting for Snow. Ronnie, please go ahead.
The writing has been on the wall for some time. When the Unity Party won, I remember John Mullen and I used to talk, and he was telling me he and Amara had a platform, had a plan for vetting people in the government. And when it comes to governance, it's good to keep political appointees far away from key technical areas. And the failure of the president to do that is leading to what we're seeing today. For example, someone just reminded me that a few years ago when Amara was Minister of Finance, the Liberia got into this ACE underwater cable, which is already in the system that the telco and everybody should be using. Why are we not using those things to provide internet to government institutions, including the police? Why we have to use the cartel to provide internet for the police? I'm told we're only using 50% of that cable, and we have the whole office, government office, Liptelco, that's supposed to be overseeing that to make sure that these things run properly. That each government ministry agency, have internet access 24/7. The fact that we have to rely on some cartel member to bust our head with Starlink. We got an Elon Musk Starlink. We got Elon Musk Starlink. It just speaks volume about who we are as a country and where we go in this country. Like, we quick to get our head are quick to bust over simple things that mean nothing. And it's just sad that we in the situation where we find ourselves, because this is not going to end well if we continue to allow people to do what they are doing. And so I would just admonish people to be careful how this thing proceeds. The people around the presidency need to be serious about the direction they're going. They need to advise the president properly about his next steps. It's important, and even a 5-year-old child can tell you that every time there's some kind of massive scandal like this, you have to clean house. That airport is dirty. It needs a complete revamp. Security sector needs to be revamped. It's clear that people are involved, so we have to make sure that these agencies are cleared, and we just can't let it happen the way it happened before. And so that's how I think we need to proceed with this thing. It is no secret anymore that higher ups are involved. It's no secret anymore that people in the government are involved. The question now is, how far does President Boyka want to go to eradicate this poison from our midst? If it requires getting rid of people in his midst, in his government, that's what he has to do. But we cannot continue to shield people in this case. We are past that stage right now. It's time that the president do what's right for Liberia, not for anybody around him, not for any sycophant, not for any partisan. It's about President Boyka. You have lived your life. You have built your legacy. You have built your name You've worked in government all these years. You fought for your name. Now your name is being dragged through the mud because there are sycophants in your midst who do not want you to make the right decisions. And that is so painful. And it's sad that we are where we are now because we have to keep fighting as a people. Because if we allow this drug thing to take over our country, the children, the future generation of this country will have nowhere else to go. That's how we have to fight. That's why we are fighting. We're not fighting for anything. We're not fighting because we want to fight. We're not fighting, we're not talking every day because we want to talk. We're doing it because we want our country to be better. We want our country, our system of governance to get better. And we cannot get better if we don't put the right things in place for it to go further. And it's important that we all realize this and we all comprehend what's going on in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to do post analysis while the guys coming on. I want to give you guys a few seconds to do your closing. I do appreciate you, Senator Amarikwane. I do appreciate you, Senator Edmund Evans Snow. We never had the time to talk about your appearance on OK FM, Amarikwane, concerning the $300 million account issue you want to talk about. Next time we'll do that because we are totally out of time. But I really want to appreciate you. Before you guys leave, let me show this. So apparently Sarah hired this individual. His name is Dapo A. Sarah Beslow, the foreign minister. That's his phone number. I'm putting it up. He reached out looking for a lawyer in Liberia. He's based in Nigeria. That's a Nigeria area code phone number that he wanted to sue on behalf of Sarah Beslow Yanti. She reached out to him for assistance to sue Spoon Network because on the allegation that she sent some, document and sent some cargo out of the country with her signature knowingly or unknowingly as alleged, right? So this individual is that, if any of you know him, I believe he's a Liberia based in Nigeria. He also he wants lawyers to represent the cartel, the two foreign cartel in the country. I was briefed of it this morning. I was given his name and his phone number. He reached out to so many people that they should represent those two foreign cartel drugs dealers. My question is, why would Sarah want to deal with somebody that looking for a lawyer that will be representing the cocaine cartel, the two foreigners that are in jail, and the same person looking for a lawyer to represent her? I don't know Sarah's connection with this individual. He using Sarah Beslow name very well that he knows her and she knows him, and he's advocating for her. He reached out to other members of ECOWAS state that what they are hearing on Spoon and in country concerned to Sarah, he tried to clean the water for Sarah as well. I have investigated. I got more on him, and we will discuss it further. But that's his name, his WhatsApp information, WhatsApp number. Yes, indeed, we are putting it up for everybody. You know him, reach out to him, you know his phone number. Sarah is so conflicted, and she's going around crying wolf. If she's not guilty on those allegations, was she sweating? Was she crying wolf? But there's an embarrassment of Sarah. The individual that's seeking a law firm to represent those two foreign national cartel that are in prison today, the same individual looking for a lawyer to represent you, you can come back and clear the air. But I always have time and season on my side to address this issue, and I decided to make his number and his face public. Now, Senator, you have 30 seconds to do your closing or more if you choose. Senator Cornyn, I want to appreciate you for coming in today.
Thank you, Staten. I just want to close tonight by, by talking about the watchdog role that your network, Spoon TV, Front Page Africa, and Martin Colley have played in this case, has led to the uncovering of official complicity. I said at the beginning of the program, and we are indebted to you, really. This is true patriotism. Don't stop, keep pushing, keep connecting the dots, and put the pressure of public disclosure. This is a grave matter. We have a crisis, but we don't have a crisis manager to support the president, the people that he has entrusted with this every day we're hearing names. Even the police chief himself, said at his, last press conference that there were senior, former, and current officials involved in this. I don't want us to pay attention to, those who have been weaponized to, target all of us in this. I think we owe it to the country. We were the lost generation in this country, and we've done well with ourselves to be in a position where we can really talk policy and so on and so forth. But 20, 30 years ago, we were kids, and our future were literally taken away from us, and we owe it to future generation to keep this thing going. So Liberia's crisis is a criminal state nexus, involving transnational narcotics cartels that are using West Africa now as transit points to move their cocaine from South America to Europe. We have to make our country undesirable destination for them. And also this current scandal, this current crisis, target institutional vulnerabilities. I want to add to my colleague, Senator Snow, when you ask him what, if the president was doing well, let's not forget the president has not fixed DEA. You can't win the war on drugs if you don't fix the drug fighting institution. No commander-in-chief go to war with an acting commander. You have to get a permanent commander to do this job. And it's been 2.5 years since he became president. A.B. Nkrumah was there for like 6 months, and since then, nobody is in charge. So you have, what is going on now as a result of that. I think that is a big failure that I hope the president will correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Conan. It's always good having you, man. We would do this together. That's about what's going on with fight for our people. I want to say, Senator Snow, let's have you on. I know you're very busy. It's always good. You took off your time to join us again. We do appreciate you, Senator. We laugh and we joke, but this is a very serious thing, and your involvement is unique. Can you do your closing, sir?
Stand on again. Stand on again. Let me just say thank you. Can you hear me? All right. Let me say thank you for all you've done. You and Rodney, and helping Amara and myself and other members of the government to champion this fight. But this is crisis. And I think if we don't do this collectively, we're going to go nowhere. Again, like I said, I stand to be corrected, but I've never in my adult life seen a civil society in Liberia as quiet on a major national issue, including the churches, the religious community, as quiet as they are today. I've never seen an opposition in our political dispensation since 2005, post-war political dispensation since 2005, as quiet and complacent. Yesterday or day before yesterday, I did a post on a foreign minister, and it was not in defense of her. It was in defense of rule of law, or just giving her day in court. And you will be surprised how many of my friends in the opposition that send me personal messages inboxing me to criticize me, but they did not have the balls, or they don't have the balls to go on Facebook or social media and talk about this drug issue. And that is why I come back to say today, if I've never been convinced and believe Gregory Coleman, I believe him today, that this drug issue have current and former officials in high places that are involved. And I think that's why the quietude in the country is coming from, because I think people are afraid that if they talk, they could be pulled into it. And I think everybody's just afraid. So the fact that we have seen such a quiet opposition community on this national issue, the fact that we are seeing such a quiet civil society on this national issue, including the Council of Churches, trust me, I think we are in a serious, serious crisis. And Stanton, Waterspoon, Rodney Seay, Martin Colley, I just want to say thanks to you guys. I hope that, no one will try to reach out to you, because I know that at times, there's some big money being going around now to get people to stop talking. I heard that. So I hope that, people won't be conflicted and not talk, because this is a major thing that we need to talk about. Thanks to your panelists, and I hope that, we can have a conversation on this, continual conversation on this, to be able to fight the war. Again, I want to say thank you, Stanton. I'm in Minnesota. I'm sitting next to Russell. I met with all the other candidates yesterday, and I hope you can give them some airtime tomorrow, so at least they can put a platform before all of the citizens in Minnesota, because on Tuesday will be the end of the early voting for the primary process, and it's very important to have Liberians in the political leadership in the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Stanley.
Will Russell come on with them as well? Because Russell would say, will Russell come on with them?
I think why not?
Yes,
sir. Not hearing you. Sure, it's from my network.
Yeah, you got to hear me. It's a very important question. Hey, see, the message here, but let me bring in Ronnie. See, Ronnie, let's get you close to my brother.
I can hear you now, my man. You have your meeting.
My question, will Russell come on with them?
What? Russell is right here. Will you inform him? But he can answer that question.
Yeah, but let me answer now. Will he come on with them?
All the Liberians tomorrow. At least
no, that's what's up, guys? It's great. It's great seeing all my fabulous people.
Will you come
so
on
I'm here with Senator Snow. Yeah, of course I will be on tomorrow. Anytime with the rest of the folks, and we can have a conversation.
Okay, that's good. Then we'll bring you guys in. You always give your closing page, and then we'll move on. I want to appreciate you for hosting Senator Snow in the entire bombing.
Russell, I saw Senator Snow camp in Kosu. Wow, you're getting this on jeans trouser, man.
And the whole bombing people want to.
So I came from another function range with Russell. But tomorrow you have Russell, you have Nathan Galley, you have Brennan Stoper, Charles Boyka, all other Liberians. At least can just speak to the Liberian community tomorrow and make their case. But I'm very confident that one or two Liberians will get on the leadership.
That would be the best thing ever, and I want to appreciate you, Senator Snow. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Senator Snow. Before you go, let me ask you a quick question. You were praising Sarah Beslow, and Sarah Beslow, a Nigerian cousin, came and said, "Thank you very much for praising your sister." The same man, of course, might enter your mind. What you said about that? Because the man insulted you, but the man saying thank you for praising his sister. The Nigerian Ekomoga, Owaga Dugu.
Stand on. Again, I did not praise Sarah Beslow. I only called for due process. I called to give her a day in court. Somebody shared a comment with me from whoever you're speaking of, and those are not things I will ever dignify. I don't do something like that. Nobody come and insult my mother and can't honor my post and that gave it credence. So I don't dignify it.
But thank you very much. I have a new friend and continue praising Sarah. That's Sarah's friend too. Y'all get the same friend. Thank you very much.
You're cool, man. Just possible.
No, thank you, Chief. We'll tell the other side.
All right, sir. Good day. All right, guys.
Thank you. Ronnie, go ahead, do your closing, boss. It's good having you on today, man. Thanks.
Yeah, I went to prison in Liberia because I protected sources. Someone wrote an article in my paper, and I defended that thing until I went to jail. I just want to take this time to applaud Yeke Koluba on this platform. You can say what you want to say about him, but every government that comes, he's always been consistent. And I think we need that in Liberia. Everybody cannot be on the same page with government. The reason they call the media the fourth estate is because when the three branches of government fail, it's the media that keep government in check. And anybody who is there to keep government in check, I support. And I think that we need the likes of Yeke Koluba back in the House. I think it's good for democracy. We see what happened with the Guinea border today. We started the show, and we see what's happening now. The same issues Yeke was raising, we see it today is coming back to backfire. Everybody cannot be kissing people's butt. I'm sorry. We need people who will stand up to the system and fight. If everybody just start kissing people, this country will not go anywhere. We need voices. We need opposition voices. We need people to speak up. And that's why I dedicated my life to what I'm doing. I want a government job. I want nothing from nobody. I just have to do this. This is my gift to Liberia, to have a paper, an independent, a platform that people can express their views without being afraid to do it. And that's why I admire Yeke Koluba. You can cause a mind, you can cause a party, cause my mind power too, so I'm immune to that. But we need opposition voices. We need objective voices to have a balance in government. If Liberia must go forward in this world, in this life, in our lifetime, we must have people who can stand up to the system, no matter how they interpret the voice. Yeah, Yeke can cause mind, cause power. Yes, right on the platform. That's how he expressed himself. But others before Yeke did the same thing. They cause other leaders, and they're around. They stay in government. They're around. But when it comes to, if it's an elected position, I understand. But if it's a appointed position, I understand. But if it's an elected position, elected by the people of his district, and he's speaking his mind, there's no ground to remove somebody from office. So now you have a rubber stamp house where people are afraid to talk. When somebody talks something, the speaker threatening them, or they put them threatening them, they back off. Is that the thing we want for Liberia? No, seriously, is that what we want for Liberia? To live in fear? Look, if President Boyka is going to win this war on drugs, he has to close his eyes to the sycophants around him, telling him things that he wants to hear. You end up being the emperor without clothes, and everybody will just be there to grab what they can grab. So I'm pleading with Liberian people, do not protest independent voices. Do not protest opposition voices. We need it to survive. And I was growing up, listening to the radio Sunday morning. Mother Dukle was there, preaching, prophesying. Tumo Reeves was there, preaching, prophesying. Today we have very few people, the likes of Reverend Cotto Brown, who speaks out every now and then, and they're attacking him. If you can attack a clergyman, it speaks volume about the direction we want to go in as a country. We need objective and opposition voices for this country to survive. We cannot be a rubber stamp country. We cannot be a country of yes, ma'am, yes, sir. It's not going to work. Yeah, they say I'm arrogant. I agree. But I will speak my mind. I will keep fighting for Liberia. Thank you.
We want to appreciate you, Ronnie. Thank you very, very much for coming on Spoon today. We look forward to seeing you this week. As always, we say thank you. And thanks for sharing information tonight.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. I want to say thanks to Amara Cronin. I want to say thanks to Edmund Snow. Thanks to Frompish Africa, by the way, Rutland CA, the founder. We do appreciate him on the show, guys. It's good to bring you guys in. I like to say we started the show with a border issue. You know, I would just give you guys a chance to weigh in. The breaking news out there. The Guineans say they're going to open business at the border. The business they come to open at the border, they want the money. The immigration office, they want to take over the immigration office. We received the information, and like everyone said, we are waiting for the government to respond to that. And, you know, we're waiting for the government to actually respond. I mean, so let's just get to you, Honorable Yeke Koluba. The reason why we're going to start with you firstly is because, on a very, very serious note, we saw what you went through when you said what you said concerning that border. Today, the Guineans say they are opening the operation this week. They are asking the job security to back off, right? They will enforce the immigration taxes and activities at that border, in that building. And the government have not spoken yet, so we'll wait. But just for our own view, has diplomacy failed? Yeke.
Stanton, let me say good evening to, she has a evening or morning. Let me say good evening to the people that are watching the platform today. And let me say this to you, Stanton. There is nothing happening behind the scene with negotiation. Negotiation is being done ever since. As I speak to you now, the AFL from our source, the AFL sending one squad to the border to go and do what? What are they going to do to the border? At this point, you're going to the border to do what? Stanton, it is the Liberian side that is closed. The Guinea side is open. Stanton. And I want to restate that the statement made by me about that border, I stand by. I'm not going to reverse it. Under no condition whatsoever, today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, I will reverse it. Guinea, that place is owned by Guinea, and Guinea will possess a place, and Guinea will be in control. Stanton, Thomas Fala is aware. The caucus, the legislative caucus of Lofa County, they are all aware that that place is not for Liberia. Even the Momosaurus, all of them know that Guinea now moved from water. Why you people lying to the people? All of them know, Stanton. Stanton, you're not talking about drugs business, man. I get interested in the drugs business. That's in your own.
Yeah, but we gotta get everybody the chance to weigh in.
Stanton, when the poor finish, we'll talk about the drug business.
Yeah, we will talk about the drugs. Yeah, but let's get everybody view because it's a big one. We're entering this week. I say we've been saying this. People wanted to go live tonight. They were stabbed by the Jones security. We hope we'll go live tomorrow. They got a recording and I will play it tomorrow. That the Guineans saying they're coming to take over to do their business. If you cross in that place from Liberia land to Liberia land, you must pay to them. They have taken the place. They said no diplomacy. I say, what's going on? We're not hearing you, Isaac. Okay, I said wait, don't hang up, just wait small. I see what happened the other day, we put it inside it today. So now I think you're good, right?
Am I good now?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Remember put me in immediate jail the last time.
So you know that Stanton get jail here, he will follow you.
Yeah, my brother. Then he said he wasn't hearing me. Now he broke his own neck, you see? So Senator Snow, Senator Kone, and Rodney said one thing in three parts. I wanted to add the fourth one. They said they've never seen a time in history when the civil society is so weak and quiet. They've never seen a time in history where the opposition is so weak and quiet. They've also never seen a time in history where the religious community is so weak and quiet. I will add that we've never seen a time in history where the government lies to the people so much. So much. We've never witnessed a time where the government is so dishonest to its people. We've never seen it. So, what would it take the government to just be sincere to the people of Liberia? It's been months now, months since that border thing has been happening. Today, people supporting the government refer to Yeke Koluva as former lawmaker. The only reason why they do that is because he said something of the border. And the same thing Yeke said still exists today. My people, yes, we can defend our interests. We can defend our party. But defending the party does not mean we should be dumb or we should be totally empty in our score. The same thing Yeke said is the same thing happening today. To even go further and hear that the Guinean authority is asking our few immigration folks to forget so that they start implementing things according to their laws, only means that our government just can lie. It means the government is not sincere. And my dear brother Stanton,
You say you're waiting to hear from the government, Jeremiah Pierre or Jeremy Pierre? Jeremy Pierre is coming to lie again. You waiting for no lie? The brother will not say anything that will not be lie. Don't forget, it's the same brother who said the people passing around the place was the process of withdrawal. It's been how many months that the process of withdrawal? That the same individual you're waiting for to hear from, he is coming. He's coming to tell you that the Guinean people giving gift to Liberia, or the new Benin. The brother just can lie. He never says the truth. So we have never seen a time in our country's history when the government is so dishonest, only because they think that they came to power on dishonesty and lies, so they will govern with dishonesty and lie. It does not work like that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so thank you very much. We're on this Guinea thing, and then we'll transition to the drugs, then we go home. So give it your best shot, folks. Let me bring in the MDR Vice Chair for Operation and Policy and Political Affairs, Wilfred Niwon Bangura. Wilfred?
Alexander, thank you very much. Thank you, Alex. Alexander the Great. It's good to be back on the show. Gentlemen, it's good to be here. And let me say good evening to our audience around the world. You know, the real problem that I'm having is that there are landed people on this panel who have read well. These people, most of them are aware that there was a summit culminating with this border issue. There has been steps the government has taken, and the government has kept the people of Liberia informed of what it has been doing diplomatically. The government has chosen diplomacy over against taking 6 platoons of AFL soldiers to the border and open fire on the Guineans that are there. The government has chosen leadership. So now, let me explain this. Folks here are aware that there was something called the 69th Ordinary Session of the Heads of States and Government of ECOWAS. That particular summit was held in Longay in Sierra Leone on July 19th. And one of the agenda items there was the border issue. Why was it on the agenda? Because the Liberian government has written the regional body called ECOWAS to probe into this situation. ECOWAS will never have put that on the agenda to make it a matter of discussion and decision if the Liberian government has not drawn our attention to what was happening at the border. Did the government inform Liberian people about these steps? Yes. Not only that, the government even took this matter into the UN. The reason why the UN was established was to stop interstate war. After the end of World War II, nations came together that never again will we have a bloodbath like we had. Anytime we have problem, whether border disputes or whether it's transnational issues, whatever it is subsisting between nations, the UN is there to solve those problems. Fellow Liberians, this matter is with the UN. The matter is also with ECOWAS. And coming out of that ordinary session on July 19th, at the 69th ordinary session of the Heads of States of ECOWAS, the Commission gave a mandate to a committee. That was discussed on the show. The committee's mandate was discussed on the show. I can recall Honorable Koluba disputed the truthfulness of that. He argued that that was not true. He argued that that was AI. Again, that was not AI. You know, when you make up your mind that no matter what this person says, I'm not going to listen to that. I'm not going to believe anything. I want to believe my own reality, my own sense of truth, my own sense of facts. That's what you would do. So this matter, we can report that this matter, as far as we know, is going to be resolved. This matter is a diplomatic matter, and we know that the best tool of international relations is diplomacy. The Liberian government, under the president, has taken a bold and mature step by looking to the regional bodies and using the tool of diplomacy. Folks, commentators here will expect that the government will go there to the border and start opening fire on everybody. No, this nation will not taste of war. We will study war no more. We have gone through civil crisis in this country. We know the repercussions of civil crisis. We know the devastation of civil crisis. We know what it did to the development of this nation state. So when you have a responsible leader, that is what he does. He will use every channel available to him through regional bodies and multilateral bodies to resolve this crisis at the border, and this crisis is going to be resolved. Thank you very much, Stanton.
Yeah, we're going to get everybody a chance. I wrote my questions down. I'm laughing because I want to ask you those. So, okay, let me just get everybody. Wait, Kev. Okay, Kev, way in the back. Let me bring Gibson.
Say no, not power drug discussion. I beg you. Let me pull up for tomorrow.
No. I beg you. We got to take it. What are you rushing for? What are you rushing again? The message at UN. So that when UN will come tell the Guinea people not to collect the taxes. Hold on 1 minute. I don't know what you're rushing for. Gibson, take it away. Yeah. Go ahead, Gibson.
You know, I like my man Wilfred lecturing us about diplomacy and the UN protocols. And thank you very much, bro. We took some good lessons for you today. But here is the thing. I think I say either the fourth layer. The fifth layer will be the Senate themselves, the senators. Gregory Coleman appeared before them in a hearing and disrespected them. Nothing took place. They are afraid of Gregory. And they are all quiet. In fact, he was very insulting. The Senate has responsibility to hold people accountable. They are not holding anybody accountable. This is unfortunate. So, but let me just say, when my brother here said the president has contacted ECOWAS, I have a few questions. One of them, is there an available diplomatic note to the president or the head of state of Guinea from the foreign minister or the president directly asking Guinea to back off, that this is Liberia's land? Is there an articulated position statement going to Guinea and say, you are mistaken? This land is our land, and in the name of brotherhood, in the name of friendship, in the name of camaraderie, please back out of this place. Is that a statement from the Liberian government? What stops the Liberian Foreign Ministry from calling a press conference and briefing Liberia on the basis of what kind of complaint they launched to ECOWAS or UN or AU? Does anybody know? There was a meeting that was held and a discussion was held, according to the president himself, that ECOWAS had been informed about the situation. What did they say to ECOWAS? Did they tell ECOWAS that this land is Liberia's land and Guinea should back out? Just before I arrived in the States, back in the States, I heard that AFL was going to the border. What is the AFL going to do? Are they going to set up a buffer zone? Are they going to confront the Guinean? What is that marching order that they are going with? Are they going to do diplomacy? Since we all want to go with Wilfred Bangura's diplomacy approach, according to the president, what is the AFL going to do to the border? Are they going to do diplomacy at the border too? Or are they going to set up a buffer zone at the border? Or are they going to set up a buffer zone elsewhere that they can man for Liberian to stop and set up a new office there? This border issue has disgraced this government. It has shown that this government lacks the backbone to defend any inch of Liberia. So that's why a lot of people come back and say, then why your opponents yeke? When you're in the village and the people ask you, then what the men do now? When you hear people talking at you in the village, then what did the men do now? That's why the people ask that question in the village. Those of all who live in the village square, when something happened to one person, then they say, but what did the men do now? That's the question. So if Yeke says that based on the map, the place is for Guinea, and you tend to remove him from his position just because he spoke words, you are now sending AFL. What is the marching order of AFL? Is it possible that the Liberian government tell us why they are sending AFL there? Because the first time they sent police. and the police were no match to the military. By the time the Guinean government heard that police were going there, they brought almost 10 tanks with hundreds of men. The police back out. Now we're sending a squad or a company, what maybe the squad, 12 people. Squad is 12. So 12 people are going there. If the squad is going there, that'll be 12. Company maybe will be 50. So they are going there. What we need to know the marching order. You see, when this government is clouded in secrecy and secret maneuvers, then you put the public in the position to guess, to carry rumors, to say things they have no business saying. Even the media begin to ask questions, and speculation in journalism is completely fair. Speculation is part of journalism. It's completely professional. That's why journalists will ask questions. They will speculate that the Liberian government had capitulated to the Guinean. Because what the squad is going to do, the AFL is going to do, is to set up a new buffer zone while Liberia starts. This is unfortunate. Look, I disagree with Brother Bangura. He's not even the right person for this public relation because he can't do it. The people that's supposed to do the public relation, they are not even saying what he said now.
Thank you. Let me just stop there and hear the others quickly.
And this is unfortunate for our country, my brother.
We got about 33 minutes to go. Let me bring in Kev, Jacob Jada, and Hussein. It's good to see you on the show. We'll get to you. Kefiko.
Yes, Stanton. We are in trouble. We are in a serious trouble. We are in a state of anarchy. And let me just say this. I think we in the opposition black should push very hard to save this nation. This nation is bleeding. The nation is bleeding. We need to save this nation from this anarchy and what's going on. Stanton, one thing I think we should and speak on, and I don't know, maybe you're investigating more of that, is what the superintendent, I think as assistant superintendent, what say at the prison compound. That what happened there, and they brand him to be something else. We need to speak on that. That is a classic behavior of a narco state. And the other thing, I'm just sorry for Liberia on, Yeke spoke the truth. Stanton, we said it on the show. The border, we don't have a border between Guinea and Liberia anymore. It's Guinean there. This president lied to the nation that the Guinean president, in his feelings, imagine a president telling you that's what he felt. I will say it. In his feeling, that he may understand that he should withdraw. Hey man, Yeke. A whole presidency that he feeling. Why are the people running a serious country over there and taking over our property, our land, and the president says feeling? And I will say this, President Joseph Yuma Boakai is the greatest con man we ever in our presidency. And that's why we, the opposition, need to push and save this nation. And save this nation. It's the greatest con. Everything, I will tell everybody, everything President Boakai said, it's a lie. Everything is a lie. Everything's a lie. And lastly, Stanton, and I keep telling y'all, You keep getting this man, and some of us know how a Sierra Leonean old man can lie. I know that. That's my people. You'll be sitting here and lying this man to fool you. That's my people. I know them. He's a con man. And that's why you guys are falling for this con.
So let me go to Jacob and Al-Hussein. Jacob.
Yes, thank you, Stanton. You see, on this first topic, my observation is much of a wider point in terms of what has happened to the border. I know from the beginning the decision, it's a strategic policy decision the government has been to adopt a friendly attitude towards the Guineans when it comes to the land situation. But I was just kind of sitting today and just thinking about, my country, thinking about Liberia in the midst of this border dispute, the saga concerning this mysterious shape and the lack of capacity within our institutions, especially on the security side, to deal with these matters of vital, critical importance. And I just wonder, is Liberia, is my country actually a country with the capacity to be a country, not on paper, but in fact? Because on the national security front,
What happened? Listen, I beg you, Jacob, I will get back to you. Someone from the border on the Guinea side, the Washington, I didn't know they can watch phone talk in Guinea or in Sierra Leone. They really want to talk what happened. What happened today?
I told you, Stato. I said the Guineans are watching.
Yeah, I mean, let me bring the man on. I beg you. Hold on, let me take you from my ear, yeah? Just hold on, let me put you on speaker. You're on speaker, go ahead. You say what happened at the border today?
That spoon?
Yeah, that spoon. You laugh. What happened at the border today? People listen to you.
Yeah. Okay. What really happened to the border today? Because I'm in the Guinean South and I'm in Liberia land. The Guinean, the occupy for Liberian people in the land. The key there today, they water all the food to occupy all the area. Nowhere to sit down. There, they came in from. They told the Guinean, Liberian soldier there to go back. He said, because all the areas in our land. So Liberian immigration told them, no, you already be our land before, then you will not lead our land here. You lead our land here, you can't influence you, you should go back. He said, we can't go back. So Guinean soldier told them, he said, by a map so that all the area before all. Then the water has come out, we can see down the water. So you supposed to go back, the area is down here, there is part of our, we will sit down there. So our immigration said, no, they can't move. They told us, okay, tomorrow we'll come in, we will come back, you will go back. That's what happened. I started today. The area they need to say that the leader one they keep in from because the water already over all that area.
So they're saying that they will come back tomorrow?
Yeah. They'll come back tomorrow. They said they'll come back tomorrow.
The Liberian people, which one the Liberian soil were there? The Liberian soil immigration, which group were there? The Guinean people had gone?
Yeah, everyone had gone.
Oh,
the
wow.
immigration have gone. Immigration have gone there. Guinean have gone. But Guinean soldier were not present. So after they tell people to go back, they refuse. They say, okay, we're going back tomorrow, we'll come back to come sit down where you go back because you still occupy our land. That's what happened. Nothing happened beside that. Exactly what I tell you, what happened exactly in the world. They not fight, nobody fight today, nobody free gone. But the Guinean,
do you think the Guinean people will come back? Like they said, they will come back tomorrow. Should it be of concern?
No, they can come with it. Everything they got. That year for that. They already start moving the brick. They start to build the house there. They already start moving the brick. The first area they occupy, they already start moving the brick.
They're moving what? Brick or they're moving blocks?
Yeah, they already start moving the brick. Block. They already start building.
They're facing black, that's what you mean.
So they come to build to that place they had the building on Liberian land?
Yes, the first area they occupy.
Yeah.
Anybody who is out of the first area they occupy, they always remove the brick. More than 2,000 brick. They already remove them. Everybody knows. All the ones who go to war, they ask them. There, but the water already kept there. Nowhere to sit down, and the water occupy all that area because the river filled. So what they did today, they keep in from where our people were saying that, they say our people have to go back because that area occupy our land. That's why the immigration officer said, no, we cannot go back. They said, okay, we're going back tomorrow, we come back, you will go back. That's what happened. No confusion was there, nobody fights, nothing.
If you stay there, can you, when they get there tomorrow, can you do pictures and video? I know Spoon will be there, but this is, thank you very much, my friend. And oh, wow. Wow. Thank you very much for calling, Spoon. Thank you for sharing the show. We appreciate you. Jacob, continue, Jacob, but this is, Jacob, they put building, the offices and building thing over there, Jacob. And we say, yes. We say diplomacy.
Stop. We're having a major.
I think this is the reason for the dispatch of the military, squad. I think this is the reason for the dispatch. But anyway, Jacob, continue your talk.
Yeah, I think this is a major national security weakness. And I think as a state, as a country, we've been exposed in all sorts of ways right now, to be honest. And I think that we see that at the border with the Guinean saga, the Guinean situation, there has been no resolution. That's a fact of the matter. And I know my friend Bangura tried to massage the situation, but those are just basically diplomatic niceties we've seen on the other level, ECOWAS here. We are citizens. We're not diplomats. We can only grade our government based on results. So factually, practically speaking, there has been no results on the ground, right? And now we hear from, so I would know that they're doing additional incursion, and we this is a very slippery situation now, because for listening to that guy, Guinea posted they're coming back tomorrow. Are we dangerously heading towards a potential clash, which is the least thing any of us want to hear over the situation at the border. So we are achieving nothing meaningful on the level of the Guinean border. On our other hand, again, we have challenges providing security on our waters. We have this particular mysterious ship floating all over the water. The AFL says they have no capacity to go there and address the situation like Liberian water. Massive logistical security weakness exposed on the border, exposed on our sea. And then we're dealing here with a cartel. It's something we're going to counter that we're struggling. All of our security agencies are, virtually they have been kind of decimated, really speaking. All the people that come here, we're not able to deal with the cartel. So this is when it comes to the rescue government on the national security level, they are registering massive weaknesses in those areas. And I think the president now, and I listened to the discussion very keenly, Stento, you're having with the senators, because for me, on this particular issue, I'm not going to consider the senators as advocates like we are, like Senator Snow, Senator Amara Conan. No, they, as far as I'm concerned, as a citizen, I'm going to bundle them. They're part of the administration, part of the government. They need to begin to find the solution now. Now, I see that they come on the show, they sound like advocates. I'm not impressed by that. I want Senator Snow, I want Senator Amara Conan to go back in the Senate, to go back to the executive, to begin to deliver solutions to this situation here. Because we're paying them, we're paying Senator Amara Conan great deal of money, thousands of dollars a year, we pay Snow, and all of us now they can't complain to us on Spoon Talk, but to try to take the decision that they need to take to save the situation, to put pressure on the presidency. I see Amara every day. I'm not impressed by that. You come to talk to what we're going to do about that. We ordinarily say that we got nothing to do. We are impotent. We are helpless. We can't solve the situation. We pay them money. We pay car for them. We take care of them. We give them good life. Amara Snow and all of them to solve these issues for us. And as on the national security level, we're showing enormous weaknesses. Sometimes I'm scared. I don't think this country is effectively protected. Kafar is down there. He's running the budget. How much money is invested in building our security infrastructure to protect this country? We see Rwanda, Kagame, all these people there, they're building security infrastructure in East Africa. They're building strong states. The budget cut. What are they doing to invest resources to build the capacity of the military? I mean, Stanton, I saw the video with the military, the AFL trying to go on to see. I almost cried. Yeah, because it was a huge, massive disgrace that we're having dinghy boats. Boats people can use in Morocco. Ordinary citizens to go to Spain to go over Greece. And the kind of boat our AFL using to go provide national security, it's disgraceful. I think that boat comes like $2,000, $3,000. We should be investing millions, 50 million, 60 million every year in building our security infrastructure to build deterrence, to do the thing we need to do. And we got 2 senators, American and smoking every day. I got no interest. Stanton, when they come, we need to push them, let them go back on the Senate floor, let them engage the president and push the president hard. We do that here. We already doing the work they can't do here. We don't need them to come join us to be advocate. No. We need them. We need solutions from the legislature. We pay them millions of dollars every year. With the president, we need solutions. Not for lawmakers to let. We don't get time for that team. Martin Collins, Stanton Waterspoon, all they call it, Rodney here, and all the other people will get strong voice here to do the advocacy. We need our leaders to take action. Our national security infrastructure is weak. It is showing no capabilities, and it is shameful. Are we a state, or are we a boy scout country? If we are a state, we need to invest millions of dollars in our infrastructure. The DEA is weak. Leadership, we have a crisis all over. And I think Stanton will land by saying that on the national security level, I think it's rescue government weakest point, I'm telling you. And I think the president needs to take decision because Liberians are feeling now that they're not protected. The government has failed on many fronts to provide protection for the country. Yeah, it's serious.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Hussein, let's finish it up now with this border issue, then we transition to the drugs.
Well, Stanton, having listened to all what I would consider noise from the likes of Axel Doe and the other Sierra Leonean gentlemen there and likes of Gissin Jaru, I am proud and happy today that we elected President Bouakada. You and myself supported this rescue team along with Yeke. I am happy.
Don't put Stanton in your team back. Just say you elected the member. Just leave Stanton out of here.
Give me check. I am happy that we have a leader with the right temperament. I'm happy that we have a leader that is tolerant. I am happy that we have a leader that is leading with wisdom. I believe if Bekube were in power by now, he would have mobilized the troop AFL, called the Sabu unit, the Jefferson Koji team, and carry them to the border to fight Guinea.
They really asked on your consultancy.
No, probably that one would have been happening. The mobilizing small soldier and carrying them to go fight Guinea, and that will solve the problem. We have one problem with 2 solutions: diplomacy or war. The wisdom of our leader has sought peace. That is wisdom.
What peace where?
That is
where.
Gentlemen,
you put in the immigration peace. But man, start joking here, man.
Stanton, protect me.
You know, protect yourself. Protect them when you attack us from the beginning.
No. The man got to speak. Y'all don't do that. Y'all don't do that. Let the man speak.
No, the man attacked us from the beginning. Stand up.
No, but let the man speak.
The man attacking us.
The man is usually stand wisely. He usually stand wisely. You're doing. Go ahead, Fadiga.
This is wisdom. We can all look. There is interrelationship, interconnectivity. I said, no, am I?
Fadiga, I know that you damn hard. I know that you hard to that, Fadiga. I'm trying to protect you.
Yeah, you guys
Fadiga, a lot you also do to now. How you on Kush?
Take the glasses off. Fadiga, take the glasses off. Let's see your eyes. Fadiga, take the glasses off. Let's see your eyes.
You protest.
Yeah, we'll be seeing your eyes.
Protest here. You got protest.
No,
I'm still being here. Fadiga, look here.
Fadiga, I hope we left Fadiga talk. Fadiga, I hope you want something to know. You can translate. Would I hear you, Fadiga? Somebody call you?
Happy Bishop, Mama, you're mute.
I mean, let me ourselves, let him talk. Go ahead, Fadiga.
They got 3 minutes. Later, I'm hearing feedback. All right. I'm happy that we made a decision to put in a commander-in-chief that is very responsible. Look, the easiest thing to do is to mobilize men. We have a bilateral relationship with our neighbors. We don't have to have a stronger army. We have people that we can call. We have different things that we can do when it comes to mobilizing to fight war. But war has never been the answer. Tell me the last time that Bangura lay, I don't even want to go there with the United Nations. But the last time we have cross-border fight in this region, there has been little, maybe between the Taylor era, incursion in Sierra Leone, but there is a general consensus that nobody in the region wants war. I had the opportunity to tour Lofa with the finance minister, and what I saw, that the relationship between Liberia and Guinea from Nima all the way to Lofa goes beyond that small piece of land. The economic trade between the both countries, where people leave from Guinea to come to Zozo to go to hospital, and vice versa, where people even sometimes participate in both elections. Look, it goes beyond a small parcel of land. You want to fight war for a small parcel of land? Diplomacy, there are a lot of things. Yes.
So should I give that land? Okay.
It's a country called Guinea that is transacting with our biggest international partner, the United States. We're talking about China and other things. Guinea is not operating in a vacuum. They're not living in the island. Dumia can be as strong as he is, but there are things that can pull him down to his knee. And this is where diplomacy comes in. Because
so Fadiga, let's go. We got to talk about the trust because we got to go. We got about 20 minutes. Fadiga, please finish up. We got to go.
A knee-jerk reaction. Go fight. What you guys want will not happen. You believe that we'll do something to disrupt our $1.3 billion budget, to disrupt the economic activity, so that that will be a mean, they will come out of power, then we'll do transition. It's not going to happen. The Guinean will move to...
So, Fadiga, thank you. Let me ask you a quick question, Fadiga. You heard what the gentleman said. He's calling from the Guinean side of the border. Yes. He's saying that the Guineans saying, number one, we all sit down. They put building on the land they took from us. Your state say we move for diplomacy, right? Though they are building that. Number two, let me lay it out there. Fadiga, let me lay it out.
Hold on,
Fadiga, hold on, Chief. Right? Number two, they both say the Guinean people came and tore our immigration and get pistol on the side. They came with an AK-47 and a D calabash, right? 50 round calabash. They tell them, say, we're coming tomorrow. When you stay here, you will see what will happen. Let's forget about all the rhetoric. Let's talk about what the government position is right now to prevent Guinean from coming to that spot and telling those people, say, you get away. And where our people, resist. Fadiga, quickly, 30 seconds. We gotta go.
I can add more things there. Are heinous as that may sound. That Guinea come on our territory, they're doing this. As bad as that may sound, the alternative to fighting war is diplomacy. They can build structure there.
I'm saying nothing about war. My question was this quick. You didn't hear my question, Fadiga? Then let me go to Bangura. I'm saying to you, the people gave, the same way President Barga gave for the 8-hour ultimatum to Biako, the people gave for the 8-hour to our immigration, right? And for the 8-hour, they put out. Hold on 1 minute, my man. President Barga gave Biako for the 8-hour. The Guinean heard it. They gave the immigration for the 8-hour too. They said they're coming back. Will our people resist? That's my question I'm asking you, my man.
I don't believe they should resist. We will continue to
so the people will put their hand up and walk. That's why you say they shouldn't resist.
The alternative walk.
They will put their hand up and walk.
The leader.
But you gotta answer the question now. You talking plenty. It means that they will put their hands up and walk.
You can jump past any other. They put their hands on the bottom line that this government will not walk over a piece of land.
We're not talking about war. Fadiga, your mind is on war. We're not talking about war. We are not speaking about war. I am asking you a quick question. Well, okay, let me go to Bangura. Bangura, because we don't understand Fadiga. He heard you all somewhere. Fadiga, we gotta go. We're not hearing you. We're not hearing you, Chief. I beg you. Bangura, if tomorrow comes, the same for the 8 hour the Pape gave Diago, the Guinea people gave for the 8 hour to the immigration. Will the joint security resist, Bangura? What can you tell the Liberian people tonight?
Alexander Stanton, I'm not going to take the person who called. I think he had a mask on his mouth because I couldn't hear him well. I'm not going to take.
They're calling for Guinea now. Don't say I don't know how to speak English.
1 second, please.
No, but don't say because he doesn't know how to.
No, I'm not discrediting him altogether. You have to listen to me, Stanton.
Yeah, but he's a Frenchman. He said the man get mask.
But he is the one who said, who talked about it for the 8 hours you're talking about. He is the one who said that. I mean, where else did you read about for the 8 hours that Guineans are giving our people for the 8 hours? What else did you read about for the 8
the
hours?
Government has spoken on it. That's what took place today. That's what took place today.
But Yanti
Bangura, you heard the man. The man said it just took Bangura. He said he's there. He on the Guinean side. It just took place 2 o'clock Liberian time today. That's why he said.
Okay, so let me also say this to you. That Yanti Topa, just under 20 minutes, is reporting a different story that happened. Go to Yanti Topa's reportage.
I'm not going there because we get our sources at the border, but tell us what Yanti reporting.
I think Yanti Topa is more credible than the anonymous person who called.
Okay, no, Kev, hold on. Bangura. Before this person called, Bangura, let me help you, Chief. Before the individual call, Spoon was the first person that broke the news. Before we started the show. Exactly. Before we started the show, we broke the news because we have our reporters on ground. They were about to go live, and the joint security stopped them. We announced it was snow, and Americana and Ranussi came on. We discussed it. So this gentleman just called because he's at the border to buttress what our reporter said. My question to you, if the Guinean come back, right, tomorrow or whenever, will the immigration resist? Or are we just saying that we put a hand on and walk? Because we don't want war. What can you say?
So Fadiga laid something out I want to go back to. It's very important. Fadiga said that this crisis has presented 2 options. 2 options. Only 2 options. There is no third option. The first option is war, and the second option is diplomacy. If you were the president, you choose one option today. Be thinking about that your answer. Let me go on to conclude like this. I read Yanti's report. Yanti report even invalidated some of the things we were being told on the show, that the Guineans were already at Solumba's border. They were sitting there. Yanti report states to us, which is corroborated by the fellow who called, that the Guineans
Send me Yanti report.
Okay, I will send it to you. I just want to conclude, please.
But you are contradicting yourself. So let's move on.
No, I am not. I am not.
Yes, you are. Spawn reported this thing. Spawn reported it. You are here contradicting yourself, and you're telling us that we will believe what you read about Yanti. What Yanti said and what the man saying. The man live at the border side or the Guinean side. Don't waste our time, my brother.
No, they are not the same things.
Oh, okay. All right. Take Yanti on and leave what the man say and leave Spoon on. No problem. My question to you remains the same. They say they're coming tomorrow. Will the immigration put their hand up and walk, or you want them to resist? Just answer my question.
I will respond to this. Now, this is a national security issue. It's a security matter. It is not for me to give how security will respond. I am completely below giving any such response. But I know that whatever response will be given through a government action will be in the best interest of the people and will be taken so that this country can be prevented from war and violence and bloodshed. I know that kind of decision will be a mature decision.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your answer.
That decision will be a
Let me go to the drugs issue
because of the nation state.
And again, that's a fair answer you just gave for all the who report this. Let me go to Yeke Koluba. We got to talk about drugs quickly because we got to go. I beg you. Go ahead quickly, 10 seconds, Jacob.
Yeah. So Stanton, this goes back to the executive manual, to the office of the president of the Republic of Liberia. I'm registering here that we are witnessing two massive failure on two major fronts of our country. One, we've seen a major national security failure in terms of the way we provide defense, and we'll talk about the drug concerning the border. But we're also having a huge diplomatic failure because people talk about diplomacy on the Guinea team. What is the result from all this diplomatic intrigue that have been happening over the past several months? So Sarah Beslo Nyanti is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And for me, I think when we talk about the president reshuffling the government and sacking people and trying to reboot this government again, it has to happen now. Because on the diplomatic front, Sarah Beslo Nyanti, we're not seeing any real forceful diplomatic action that brought any result on the border issue. So does that mean that we now need to fire the foreign minister now, Sarah Beslo Nyanti, bring a capable person who can mount a powerful diplomatic campaign? I come in here, I beg you, let me finish. Who will launch a capable diplomatic campaign across the ECOWAS region, across the Western world, to try to restore our lost territory on the borders. On the diplomatic front, it's been weak, it's been shaded with nothing forceful there. To be honest, to give us any kind of result, that's one. On the military level, you say, okay, we don't want to resort to escalation of conflict. I agree 100%. But we're not getting benefit on all fronts. So what are we going to let us say? So I will do now, raise our hands up in the air and walk away from the
I want to thank you, Jacob. I want to end on the drugs issue. It's very important. Jacob, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Tomorrow, I know it will be a very big show here. We want to invite all of you. Yeah, let's get back to the drugs issue. The border issue remain a border issue. We'll continue tomorrow. Let's get back to the drugs issue.
Start on, please, man. Start on. Please, before you get counting, before we go. You know when people lie, it's good we catch them. Stand on, I just sent you Yanti Toba report. Can you please put it up? Please, just 1 second. Quick.
I know I read it. I want us to go, but let's go.
People that get just in that 2023 year when you don't come and find that out. What did you read? Yanti is reporting as anyways.
Let's go ask it. Let's go.
I don't waste our time.
I don't want us to waste our time. Tomorrow we get into it. I want to say, let's bring in Yeke Koluba. Then we'll go to Gibson Jerry on the drugs issue. Everybody will have their closing. This is our closing, guys, because we really got to go today. It's a beautiful Sunday. I want to say thanks. Yeke, we fall on inside. You
don't believe it, long time?
No, but Yeke, this is me, right? And you know I get love for the old man. I don't know why. I just like old people. But I think the old man, I think Jack can make it. Because what happening now is that the drug scene has overwhelmed the JMB. The people telling JMB said, don't move, don't talk when we tell you to talk, sit down when we tell you to sit down on the drugs issue. It's so complicated. Everybody almost suspended or fired. The police say walking outside is free. Can you imagine? The same car based on we talk about St. Charlie Quinton, Martin King and Paul car lesson play up. The messenger a car for him. Never see the car before. Just to find out that the messenger right behind the car, he and the woman that you saw will be traveling away on the 17th of this month. Then the papi had the car there, the other man had the other woman there, they call pressure route. They will be traveling to Argentina for a leadership conference. The man is guilty as hell. They said they were all of them. Then the papa came up to say, don't go here, my friend, I beg you, let me give you 48 hours, let's find out something. What President Baga won't find out in 48 hours yet? What people won't find out? I mean, what are we saying here, so yet?
Still, you know what happened to Joseph Baga? Joseph Baga will regret the way former president we are regretting right now. With people like Wilfred. Because by the time Joseph Baga leave power, he will see Wilfred going to another place to go look for a job. That's who they are. These
so
people
if you attack me, I will respond.
Any kind of way you want to respond. Won't get a crossfire.
You guys gotta respond. Yeah, wait for your time.
Oh, if you attack me, I will
No, but
respond
wait
in
for your
time.
time. But wait for your time. Wait for your time. Yeah, you will respond. I knew thing though. Yeah, just wait for your time.
So I can
Oh,
go ahead and say
Wilfred, when you respond on,
Go ahead.
we are
Yeah,
putting
yeah,
you in
go
position.
ahead.
You're all blunder. You come back here.
You gotta go ahead. You can go ahead.
After
Wait
you
for
get,
your
I
time.
will attack you too. So you can
Gibson
respond.
Giroux, you want to join his head across
But
my
wait, guys. Let you about guys. Let you can finish baking. You can. The message
Let's see
respond.
who is credible. Let's see who is credible. Start to give 15 minutes. Let me hear what you want to say.
Let you
Let me
can
15
finish.
minutes.
Wait, I beg you,
Gibson,
Gibson, I beg you, Chief. Let you can finish. Let you can finish. You can go ahead.
You know what happened to Joseph Boakai when he leave power? Wilfred Bangura will be gone. Because let me tell you something, Wilfred Bangura just want to be in power. Stanton, the things Ombosino said are true. You know you have put in the opposition talking because most of the opposition people playing game with the government or not indictment. Stanton, if you don't know that, let me tell you something today. Ain't no them speed will bring the indictment up. You think why Wilfred dropped to MDR because he want to be protected? No politician can be consistent.
But Wilfred honor indictment. Wilfred honor
yes.
indictment.
So come on, ministry.
What kind of indictment?
Oh, they put the proper money now.
The man is only investigation.
No, but Gibson asking you.
Investigation, indictment are the same thing.
No, yeah, let me hear you. You said the who money the man too. The man know that you can take more money.
They put when they come out ministry, they my money these and they say they stole the proper money. So when friends say me, I want to be state witness. Let me go join MPR to be state witness.
You laughing? Finish talking your tabata. I'll come for you, Yaka.
You want to get me tell to finish? Okay. I'll start right I'll come back again. Then we'll finish.
No, Yaka, big. Okay.
There was that crossfire here. Where was crossfire? Because you see,
Yaka star. Ask we come to you not going to Gibson.
Uncle Gibson, I'm not talking. So I'm not talking.
Gibson. I know you want to talk about the drugs issue, but is Wilfred under indictment? Wilfred broke any law? We're not hearing you, Gibson. You are muted.
I couldn't say the report. I couldn't say the report. And let's read it here so we know a man like this who George Weah kept on the job as deputy minister. They play with Ladripo money. Then the United Party government, he defended, remove him from there. Now he want cover under the MDR. Let me say the report so we can see the rogues in government, the indisciplined individual that were in government that was stealing Ladripo money. And
is that anything that have Bangura name on it?
Let me say the report.
Yeah, but not hold you because you can't do this. Is there anything that have Bangura name on it?
Yes. Get Bangura name on it.
All right, sorry to me, let's see.
Okay. Let's go to it.
Yeah.
Is it my turn?
No, I said go ahead.
So, on a more serious note here, starting today, we witness a very concerning episode that everyone should be concerned about. We saw a letter written by the former or current or suspended, whatever you want to call him, deputy chief of prison or something. And we saw the reply coming from the Ministry of Justice. Who here did not read both of those letters or press conferences, whatever you call it? And wouldn't it be so shocking to see a government agency struggle to make a point well understandable that someone will say, yeah, this is exactly what they want to put out. So the guy from the prison, in my view, based on all of the characteristics embedded into his own press statement or letter versus that from the ministry, you can tell that the guy was very, very credible, sincere, and he says something that I want to bring to our attention. He said that he has worked over there for about 12 years. 12 years. 12 years. And the first time he is asking for inmates to be transferred to a more secured location, he said preferably in Morocco. Jameson, this is someone who has worked at the place for 12 good years. You know what he's telling us? That those guys will in no time be the judge to have run away. They will say they escape. Here's the episode. The man said people went to the prison compound in the name of NSA and said they went to do something about interview to the guys. He is in control of the guys in prison. Come to think about it. If anything were to happen and those guys had escaped, he will be held liable. No one else. And by his account, the guys on some NSA thing did not identify themselves to him. So he even went ahead and placed call to his boss, the chief of prison, plus the assistant minister for prison. He mentioned their names. They too said they were not aware of the guys going. How can anyone just come and say, I'm from NSA, give me access to guys that are in prison? And then the guy said another thing. He said, listen, when the guys were trying to arrest me, I decided to leave from where I was because if we had gotten in confrontation and my other security guys came into the fray, it would have resulted to prisoners escaping. Guys, we should be concerned. The government Ministry of Justice came to respond and said, listen, we went there, the people went there, and the man, he didn't give them a chance to do their work, so they arrested him, and then later they said, we tell you to stand down. So they weren't sure if they actually arrested the man, or if they asked him to stand down. Arrested the man for what? They didn't say it. You could sense the lies from the Ministry of Justice press conference, because they couldn't even state that the man was taken to NSA or to the Liberian National Police headquarters. They couldn't say who the man contacted. If any other authority knew about it, there is no way I would want to buy that anyone can just show up at the prison compound and just say, give me access to the inmates that are in here without identifying themselves, without the person bosses being aware, only because they are NSA. We all know how even the FBI, CIA can work, because we have had interaction with them in our late capacity of what we want. They will identify themselves. Yeah, they will identify themselves. Even if they don't want the public to know, they will tell you, so that you know legitimate people are coming. But again, Santa, I know the days are ending, like you said. Anyways, if let's end that, no issue.
Yeah. My thing is that, we're trying to get Jackson Kulako on the show to explain his story. And tell the Liberian people what exactly happened. They say he should stand down, order pending formal investigation. We hope he will be able to speak to his lawyers and come on here to tell his story. The story is complicated because he didn't get the message of that. So NSA security personnel was coming to interview the inmates. And obviously, he was doing his job. Either or, it was reported that his cell phone was used by one of the inmates to make phone calls. The government came up through the Minister of Justice to defend the position, and then we give chance to Jackson Kulako that he can speak on this issue if he's so, pleased to do so. But I'm saying that between the rock and a hard place, and on this one, I think I would give the government the benefit of the doubt, because you have to follow procedure, right? And he's right, the government right. I would just wait to hear them. Maybe Oswald 12 will address it. I'm not a friend of Oswald 12, but something still not clear. The government will not just go ahead and fire somebody or tell somebody, say, there's a process and procedure when you get NSA involved, and that's why I want to leave it Bangura. But I do believe the Justice Ministry action, it happened based on something happened. The Justice Ministry just didn't go in there to fire the deputy superintendent. He might have done something and more to this story. And this is the time I would say the devil is in the details. So I will wait. I'm investigating. I want to investigate. Maybe what Kolako is saying is true. We'll hear him out this week. But again, something's still not clear on both sides, on his side and on the government side. So I'm not going to comment further on this, and I want us to wait. But let's get back to the drugs issue. I said, let me give you another 30 seconds. What say you?
Well, sometimes we can summarize this whole drugs thing to mean that the country, the government is rotten. Rodney said something. He said the level at which the cartel has infiltrated the government, you wonder if there is anyone. He used the word anyone. When I was in kindergarten, they told me anyone means anybody, from the president down to the sweeper, can be trusted. How much more can all of these bring forth the importance of having independent investigators? And sometimes I really want to wonder why is it folks in the government and those defending the government are so much afraid to hear the word independent? Why are they so against the word independent investigators? Why? Nobody knows. The entire country is so much confused in a way that nobody knows what is going on. How can you have an issue that is so much intense that almost everyone in the government seems to be implicated one way or another? The other person got car, Gregor Como got big car. He gave the justice minister car as has been alleged. All the things around the place, nobody know what is going on. And that's why some of us have always been asking as to if Gregor Kuma himself as a police IG is actually there to fight crimes or to fight protesters. Because if you go back in history, since Gregor Como came to be police IG, the only time you will see the man with Batu, you will see him with the World War III people army hat, they can put on their head, and then he can put one beating here. Then he walking like that are doing protester. Now there's the jokes thing we talk about. No, hey, no thing. The only thing the people are posting now, he quoting Bible verses and Luke chapter 15, verse 13, John. That's the only thing we getting anymore. We are not getting anywhere. Where is the 90 million jokes first? It seems to be that whole case being finished now. Nobody know anything about it. Up to now, the country don't know where the jokes came from. Nobody is telling or anything. Here is the boat that they said they couldn't get right here, Africa Coast arrested. And I will end by asking again, the 10 million 4-year project, where is the source of the money? Where are they taking the money from? What agency writing check for that project? Some of us have worked in places where we understand very well when they say money laundering. We know, we see it anywhere. Our mind tells us. I'm not saying the 4-year project is money laundering. I'm only saying money laundering, we know how it looks like. Where is the source of that project? Which agency paying that money? Which agency are they getting it from? Which budget line? And like I said, anything the government say will go online to check it. That's why up to now the government can't speak to everyone with verify it.
Thank you.
People should watch that for your 10 million project. You know, the whole time we talk about the whole cookie bin at the time through for your 10 million project team up. Where is that money coming from? Which agency, which ministry? It is something
Thank
to
you.
watch up. But I know there will be
Thank
things.
you, Asif. Yeah, thank you, Asif. But Greg, let's give you the chance, then we'll go to Gibson. Jacob will take us home. Then Greg.
Thank you very much, Stanton. I would not like to yield to the distraction that is coming from Yeke or Jerome. I know that this is going to be the normal mantra. Anytime we come strong, they're going to use whatever to distract us. Anybody has anything against us, you can go to court. Stanton, on the drug issue, we're following the happenings. And I wouldn't conclude without saying a big thank you to the media, to Spoon, not because we're on the show, but because of the focus, the attention that Spoon has given to this fact. Spoon has refused to let us go, and we applaud Spoon for that. It's one of the reasons why we always like to be on the show. It's one of the purposes of the media. My dear brother Martin Colley has also done a very phenomenal job. And I think this is a collective work, Rodney Sie, yourself, Stanton. So where we are now is not where we were before with this drug issue. Now we've reached to the point where the LDEA boss now has been asked to step aside, and for the 8 hours of investigation have been set aside into his activity. So this is a milestone. So it testifies once again to the commitment of the president that there is surely going to be no secret cow here in this investigation or in this drug scourge. That wherever the evidence points, wherever the evidence leads, actions will come from there. I think it gives us hope as Liberian people because we know what drug can do to a whole generation and to a whole future of young people. We know the devastating effect that drug can cause on a people. So the decisiveness of the president in this particular fight, makes our hearts to lay down, as a Liberian man would say, because we know that once that investigation is completed and the LDEA boss is implicated and the evidence is there, the president is not going to spare him. And not just him, but all the other people, wherever you may be. He said that there is going to be no secret cow. Stanton, we can't wait to see a finality of all of this investigation. We can't wait to see the finality. And we know that we will get there. No matter how long it takes, we are going to get to the bottom of this. A lot of good things are happening in the country. A lot of developments are happening in the country. Again, as many people have said on this show, more attention has been paid to this drug issue, and rightly so. So, we can't talk about those other developments now because we have a major issue to deal with, which is the drug issue. So we are following it. While we commend the president, we also want to continuously talk to the president. Mr. President, you are on track. Continue to do more. So as we await all these reports, when they get to you, please act on them as soon as possible. And, my brother here, Jala Jacob, said something that I really, really like, that, the Senate, the House of Representatives, or I should say the legislature as a whole, needs to now see that this is also their fight, that they are also part of the government. That when you say the government of Liberia, it's not only the president. Jacob, you're very correct, 100% correct. We need to let them know that this matter is also their matter. And this is where, I have some problem with my brother-in-law, Yeke, because all Yeke will do will be that to say the border issue, the land belongs to the Guineans. The land belongs to the Guineans. To me, that was not a responsible way to behave as a lawmaker, because you are also part of the government. It's not to declare what belongs to who or what does not belong to whom. It is your responsibility as one of the leaders of the nation state to bring solutions to the table, to resolve this matter. So on that note, Stanton, I want to say thanks. I want to say that we had a great show, and tomorrow looks very promising. So we will be here to make our analysis. Thank you very much.
Fine. Thank you, Bangura. Jason, go ahead and Jacob will take us home.
I'm not going to spoil my 2 minutes on Bangura because my 2 minutes are very important to me. But Bangura is aware that the Minister of Justice internal memo after the interview of officials of the Commerce Ministry is on my office computer. I'm at home, so he locked it today. But I will bring that internal memo where they question him, and he's willing to serve as a state witness against Mawana Dix and the controller and the cashier. I think cashier or somebody, and for him to serve as. But he knows that. I don't want to waste my time on that. The only good thing that I can say about him when you were at the ministry, he encouraged the MDR to support CDC in the runoff, and that causing his job. So, Wilfred, I'm not going to beat on you too much for that. Just because of that small little thing you did, he laughed. So now I'm a prospective seditious, so I'm going to give you that little slack.
You still prospective?
Stanton, Jacob, if you had never spoken anything before that I like, what you said about the Senate today, I enjoy it. I think We don't need advocate in the Senate. We don't need purists in the Senate. We need people who work for the people. They have three responsibilities and they need to assume the responsibility. The Gregory Common appeared before them in the drug interview, not interview, but the Senate hearing, and they may insulted some of their members, disrespected them, and they are not able to hold him in contempt or even cast a vote of no confidence in him with that kind of blatant, disrespectful attack on the Senate. And other people, when they are driving and the people say something, they hold them in contempt. But the man appeared before them in the committee and disrespected them, and they can't even hold him in contempt or to hold a vote of no confidence. At least to send a message that President Boakai, your police director, we don't have any confidence in him, and he cannot serve in this position. Of course, they should have done that, even if they had no impact, because Boakai will not listen. But here is the problem we have. We got a double-edged sword that is against Liberia. We have a border issue that is biting this government, that the government has not been able to find a solution for. And we have the drug issue that is biting the government so badly that the government is fumbling with everything. We were talking about Kush yesterday. There are people who are talking today, and it's so funny that United Party people, they want to divert the conversation and bring in former government officials. Some of the people that were appointed, they were dismissed by Georgia government. Some of the people they brought back in the police. Some of the people that they appointed, Georgia government dismissed them and they brought them back. And you want to say former government officials? This is unacceptable. The government need to be forthright. They need to go. Look, the simplest opportunity that President Boakai has to redeem himself, it is this drug issue. There are people that need to be brought to justice or at least questioned. Jojo is number one. Jojo is the only person here we know that cartel wrote and say, you get our cocaine. And the depot took some. We gave you our money. And he responded by insulting them. If Gibson, Jerry, or Isaac was one of those who cartel wrote, or Jacob, one of those who cartel wrote, or even Yeka will be in jail by now. If Yeka had received a note from the cartel and said, Yeka, you were representative, we wrote you to protect our cocaine, and now we can't get our cocaine. Yeka will be behind bars today. So Jojo, the cartel wrote him, and they can't even invite him to question him. What do you know? Even if they're not going to arrest him, for God's sake, just to blindfold everybody, this government cannot even invite Jojo. There are senior Boakai government officials. I'm quoting the police director, that are the very echelon, at the very apex of this government that are involved with the drugs. All these people you hear about deputy, this one, even the DA man who resigned on his own. These people are not what Gregory is talking about. When Gregory is talking about top government official, people at the very top. That's what he said. People at the very top. Then we're talking about deputies, directors. These are not at the very top, according to Gregory. And I think President Boakai need to put the feet down. And anybody you know, anybody you hear, tell God Gregory to bring them in, to rein them in. And it looks like I will agree with Staddon. He has been saying it, but at the first time opening, I'm going to agree with that. We don't need a Gregory investigation. We don't want to put good in the presence of lion to investigate good. I don't think we want that. Or we don't want to tell the goat to go investigate who stole the cassava leaf. We don't want that. Let there be an independently constituted committee by the president with the mandate to go all out, just as they have the asset recovery team, and let them investigate, even including Gregory. There are people who may be afraid to come and disclose Gregory's name once the investigation thing is scared. We want an independent committee constituted by the president Otherwise, this government just lost it with the Liberian people. That's how I want to start.
And we believe that Liberia will be blessed some way, somehow. What Liberia been praying for, certainly, is on its way. And we still got faith. We still believe. Let's listen to Jacob Jala from CMC. Where's your closer, my friend?
No, you see, Stanton, I would say this, fairly, naturally, in my heart of hearts, I have some spot for President Joseph Numa Boakai. I mean, this is a man who I even campaigned for and supported openly to be president of Liberia in 2017. I have it in a sense of it. I'm not ashamed to say that publicly. However, I think it has become increasingly disappointing, the results that we are getting in many areas. And since we're focusing today on this whole national security drug matter, I think it's been a massive, massive letdown all across the security sector. And I think the president needs to find the courage, to completely clean up from the police, from the entire leadership, because of the police. They have to go. The entire leadership of the DEA, they have to go. These are very critical institutions, including NSA. Maybe under Prince Johnson can be left out of this, as far as I know. But you need a major cleanup, because the credibility, the integrity of the security sector is damaged completely right now in front of the Liberian people. I can tell you that for sure. There's no way the damaged credibility over the drug matter can be restored. It's finished, kaput, it's gone. There's no way. I mean, Gregory, the leadership there, are they going to stand in front of Liberian people with straight face, moving forward to say anything? So, yeah, I know we got to go, but these are very important things. There has to be some real cleanup done. There has to be some fixing done, Stanton, moving forward. No,
talk. Sorry, I listened to something. It's not you.
Oh, yeah.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so these things have to happen, to be honest. There has to be real drastic measures done to clean up things, because look at everybody, the DEA boss is in a big scandal with pickup. I mean, the police from left, right, and center, the NSA deputy, the post, all these people. So I don't know what the decision is from the level of the presidency, but it has to be very clear. There has to be drastic cleanup at the institutional level. And I can say, Amara said something, and I agree with him on that part, despite the fact that, I disagree with many, but on that part, this drug thing and this border situation is going to define the leadership of President Boakai if care is not taken. I think we're dangerously reaching to that level now. 2029, these are things that will be on the ballot. People will be making decisions on the leadership of the country, on the border issue and on the drug issue, because it seems not to be going away. So that will be my position. The matter, I'm sure, will be here tomorrow, but we need top quality leadership for President Boakai to save his administration. And I think as we speak right now, it hasn't been delivered at all.
And you're right, because tomorrow we'll be having a wonderful show. I want to say thanks to Aisha Doe. And this is why my closing is. That's why I was trying to practice to sing this song, Jacob. And you thought I was referring to you. But this is about Liberia. So Liberia, we say to you, you will be blessed. What you've been praying for is on its way. You will be blessed, Liberia. You will be blessed. Just hold on one more day. You will be blessed, Liberia. Oh, I said, you will be blessed. What you've been praying for is on its way. You will be blessed, Liberia. You will be blessed.
Slow down, Deacon, slow down.
Just hold on one more day. That's what we're going to say. Liberia will be blessed.
Amen to that.
Just hold on, Liberia. We have seen the good people and the bad people in Liberia, but I want to say to all of you, it gets frustrating sometimes. We are just concerned, but we still believe that some way, somehow, Liberia will be blessed. We still believe that just hold on one more day, one more moment, just one more second, Liberia will be blessed. With or without President Bouaka, Liberia will be blessed. This Liberia, God has his eyes on the country. So I want to say to all of you, don't give up. Don't give up. After the storm, after the rain, the sun going to shine again. And that's why I like this. So, I like to encourage myself and say, I'm going to do it one more time before we leave. Liberia, you will be blessed.
Go on.
I know Hassan want to go. What you've been praying for the good governance, for the good education and good system, you will be blessed, Liberia. You will be blessed. You will be blessed. Oh, just hold on one more day. Just hold on one more day. You will be blessed. President Bouaka will do the right thing. We're going to push him. We're going to encourage him. We're going to tell the president, say, this is not what you can do. The rescue government got to rescue. And that's what we say to all of you. We believe that this government, that this president will try. Even if he failed, we will still push. We will still push. But I said to all of you, just enjoy the sun. He doesn't want to do it. But I said this. You will be blessed, Liberia. What you've been praying for is on his way. You will be blessed, Liberia.
Oh, the
you
sun is
will
cool.
be blessed.
2029
Just
is on
hold
its way.
on one more day. And we said to Liberians home and abroad, you got to listen to this. And just important, we have seen good people, we have seen bad time and good time. But I want to encourage you, you will be blessed. Hey,
Amen to that,
what you've been praying for is always on its way.
I like to see it in the spirit.
So you will be blessed. My fellow Liberians, that's it. You will be blessed. Oh, yes. What going on?
I'm a singing crew.
I can
Liberians, you will be blessed. Your blessing will absolutely coming. 2029, 2030, it will be ushering. Liberia will be blessed.
Justin Ajivan today, he's celebrating his birthday. Happy birthday to Justin. I bought a coin. Happy birthday to you, Justin. My nephew, wishing you all the best. But I want to say, wait for Bangura. Let me say this. And people think this is a joke. It's not a joke. Liberia will be blessed.
This is not a joke.
You understand? We came through 15, 16, 17, 18 years. You can add them all together of Civil War. And Liberia still standing. Bangura. We went through Judy Bryan, Liberia still standing. Sawyer, Liberia still standing. Madam Salih for 12 years. President Weah for 6 years. Joseph Bouaka going to be 6 years. So after all, we just want to say that Liberia will be blessed. Nobody, no. The Guinean can be at the border. Liberia will still be blessed.
Liberia will be blessed.
The cocaine and cartel can come in the country. We will fight. We got to stay together and say no to drugs, no to cocaine. So even if President Bouaka is weak and he can't make it, we still believe that Liberia will be blessed.
Liberia will be blessed.
It's not about any one individual. It's about the collective effort of everyone to make our country great. And that's what we come to say to everybody. Sometimes we feel so discouraged. But sometimes we encourage ourselves through good songs and good music. And we will look at our country and say, Liberia will be blessed. We will never throw negative talk to our country. We will never, condemn Liberia. Liberia will be blessed. You can have ministers and directors and lawmakers trying to corrupt our country and trying to destroy with their own personal greed and thing. But we'll come back to remind Liberians we had them before. Just look and see who were there before. When we told that door, nobody could catch door. Nobody could touch him. You remember that? When we talk about Gange, people are afraid of Gange. Where is Gange today? Where is Samekelo today? When we talk about the great Nima General Prince C. Johnson, Yelube.
That's Prince Y. Johnson.
Prince Y. Johnson, Yelube. Can you imagine when we're speaking of these names? It put chill in our spine. When we're talking about the lawmakers then and people with power and strength, but guess what happened? Some of them are no more. Some of them are no more. So we will not be discouraged. We will be strong, and we will encourage each and every Liberian. Though our healthcare system is worse, though our education system is bad, though everything that you look around you things are hard, and we're talking about cartel and drugs and drugs and drugs. We want to encourage all Liberians today. Liberia, you will be blessed. What you've been praying for, it's always on its way. It's coming. It's coming.
Hallelujah to that.
You will be blessed, my fellow Liberian. You will be blessed. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Come
Just
on.
hold on. One more day. And I didn't know you, my friend. Just hold on one more day. You will
That's
be
powerful.
Don't give up.
That is powerful.
That's power.
That is
Don't give
powerful.
up. I want to say
I like
thank you,
that.
Gypsy.
I like that. What a way to
welcome
close.
back. I hope I believe this with you today on a beautiful Sunday. I'd like to say to all of you, don't give up. Look, if you give up, you didn't win.
Yes.
For you to win, don't give up, my friend. Keep on pushing. Keep on pushing. The good times ahead. Keep on pushing. Don't give up. Just hold on one more day. Just one more day. That day may be Monday tomorrow or Tuesday or Wednesday. But one more day. Just hold on. Don't give up. The cartel will not take our country. No way. Cocaine will not take over. No way. No. They cannot succeed because we have God on our side. You can have bad people around the president. Listen. It has so many bad people around former president. Where are they today? So don't give up, my friend. Just hold on one more day. And I leave this for you, Gibson. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for joining us. Bagura, thank you very much. It's been a great show. Thanks to Amara Conan, to Andrew Melvin Snow, and to my friend and brother Rockland Sear. I want to say to all of you, have a blessed evening. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God save our state.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What a closer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank
you. You will be blessed.